Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SetOfMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond, one of the many hosts here. And if you don't know, we have prayers and songs before we do the recording, which is starting now. You're welcome to join us and do the prayers with us. I'm really grateful. I'm really thankful that there's a number of people now who can take over for me and step in for me at the drop of a hat. And that's the one thing we've been wanting to encourage you to do here all along, is to learn how to become teachers, no matter where you are in the world. So we encourage people to speak. We give people the opportunity to speak, to get one or both feet in their mouth if they can, and try and help them to get them out afterwards by asking questions and teaching them. So today it's my turn. I'm going to be seeing how many feet I can get in my mouth today. And then we may get to the Torah portion after that. But before we do start, I want to ask Scott if he would do the opening prayer for us.
Thank you, everyone. Father, as we come upon this special time, I pray that you protect this time for us. Grant us favor with co-workers, employers, even non-believing family members, to preserve this time for us, for you, to be able to celebrate this time and not suffer. We all suffer because there's so many problems that all of us face this time of year as there are many interruptions. And I know there are many challenges faced by everyone here just to follow you. Father, give us the strength and watch over us. But most of all, give us the joy that comes with knowing that you love us and all you have done for us. Bless this time together and grant us open hearts and minds to absorb the wisdom that you have for us. In your mighty holy name, Yehovah Yeshua, our salvation. Amen.
Amen. So today is Saturday, March 4th. And we are claiming that on Wednesday, March 8th, will be Passover, beginning the night before at sunset. And we're doing this based on the scriptures that tell us that we must have a wave offering. And so it's that subject that I want to talk about today because it's very appropriate. We are a month ahead of most of the Karaites. Now the Karaites keep the crescent moon and the barley to begin the year. So they say they are doing the exact same thing that we are doing. I learned about this through the Karaites, through Nehemiah Gordon. I was shown this a couple of times at Passover when I went and visited Nehemiah at that time to look for the barley. By the time I'd gotten there, it had already been declared, and I was just double checking afterwards. So, but even then, there was something not quite right, and I didn't know what it was at the time, but I was learning. In 2016, I got a message that told me to take a look at the barley again, and that was Becca Bitterman giving me a call, and she said, Joe, it's going to be Aviv way before what we thought, and that caused me to do a double take. I was very nervous in 2016, stepping away from the Karaites and keeping the holy days 1 year earlier. Who is Joe Dumond and who is Sighted Moon to say such a thing? I'm nobody. I'm nobody. You all know me. I've graduated high school, 5 years of English, 45% every year. Literally, that's what I got, 45%. I cannot read or spell. Ask Lori Don. I cannot spell. My grammar is atrocious. I got 4 ladies to edit my books now because my grammar is so bad. But they gave me 50% in English so that I wouldn't come back. And that's pretty much the truth. I do not know what a prefix or a suffix is. We're going to be talking about them today. But Yehovah showed me stuff. and I began to share it. Despite my inability to communicate properly with all the proper etiquette, I just started showing it. I just blurted it out. Here it is. Deal with it. Help me figure out what it means. I don't know. But here it is. And that's how I got started. But in 2016, we separated from the Karaites, and I talked to Nehemiah that year. We were still friends. Everybody was at war, fighting against each other, hating each other, not talking. Groups were splitting up. People were quitting, going back to the Hillel calendar. And I realized that people do that out of ignorance. Because they don't understand, because they don't know, and because they don't have the ability to figure it out, they just throw their hands in the air and go back to what was, or what was safe for them. But you can't do that. Once you've crossed the Red Sea, you can't go back over to Egypt. You can't go back. You have to keep going forward. Okay, so the first thing you run into is bitter waters. Oh no, what do we do? Okay, well, there's a commandment given there. Then what do? You get the 70 wells after that. The waters turn sweet. You get all these blessings, but you got to keep going forward. So the barley thing is important. Now, I got challenged here just 2 days ago about my authority. Okay. I can't prove it, but my family tree, the Huguenots on the one side, they were Sabbath keepers back in the 1500s. And our family name was Le Maistre. And the Le Maistres were, according to Jewish sources, not my sources, but Jewish sources, they say that means that would be the master, or the chief rabbi, or the Aaronic high priest. Again, I can't prove this. The family also at that time, we had a Judith Rigaud marry into the family. Her father was Eleazar. Now, the Jews during the Middle Ages named their kids after biblical characters to identify them as Jews. Okay, so that's one branch. Now, after we came to Canada, 1650, we became Catholic. And we were staunch Catholics ever since, until I came along. Then yesterday, the other part of the family tree, the Irish side, I'm just reading through a French Middle Ages book written by Jews. And the family name, our family name is McGowan. And the McGowans were changed to Smith by the English and sent over to North America. They weren't allowed to have their names when they traveled overseas. They called everybody a Smith. So we were the Smiths when we got here. But in Ireland, we were the McGowans. And the McGowans, according to this Jewish source that wrote this book that I was just reading last night, the McGowans is another name for the high priest, the Cohen. So I don't know what's going on. Has Yehovah called me at this time because I'm an ancestor of the Aaronic line? I'm not saying that. I can't prove it. But the cards are stacking up that way. Interesting. I just find it amazing. I've got a lot more family tree research to go and do, but I've got some good clues now that I'm looking in the Jewish genealogy instead of the Irish and English side only. So I mentioned that just to say it, to get it out there. I don't claim to be anybody. I'm not claiming any authority other than Yehovah showed me the Sabbath in 1981. He showed me the holy days in 1982. He showed me the barley and crescent moon calendar in 2005. He showed me the Shemitah year in 2005. And he showed me these other things that go along with the Shemitah year understanding and the holy day understanding. And those are the things I study. And that's why I get upset with people who want to go and study all this other Hamashit and fill their brains full of crap and don't know what the meaning of the holy days are. Because if you want to know the meaning of the holy days, you come to know Yehovah, you come to know our King. And he's going to say to people, I never knew you. So, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So we're coming up and we're saying that now is Passover. I expected an Adar bet this year. I fully expected an Adar bet. I expected an Adar bet so bad that I didn't even really start stocking up or cleaning the house or get ready for Passover till just last week. Now I'm scrambling. I'm racing. You are all being challenged the same way. What authority do you have to declare? That's the Jewish position. That's the Jewish authority. Actually, it is not the authority of the Jews to declare Adar Bet or the new moon or any holy day. That's the Levitical priest's job, not the Jew job. So don't let anyone tell you that that belongs to the Jews. They don't know their history. It's a Levitical job. Who are the Levites? I believe the Levites are being called right now. I believe that many of you, if not all of you, are of the Levitical line. Except for Randy. Redheads don't count. But that is my own personal belief. Again, I can't prove that. So we've now said that the barley is Aviv. And then we said that the barley is possibly Aviv. And then we said we don't know if it's Aviv. And right now we are going to be keeping Passover on Wednesday, Tuesday night and Wednesday with all this, I don't know, confusion. And the barley hasn't been 100% confirmed confusion. And then you got 5 more days after that until Sunday when the Wave Sheaf is supposed to be confirmed. And then we got all this other stuff where people start to overthink and overanalyze and overthink. I don't know if you can remember. I kind of do because it's very traumatic for me. But when I used to go in for an exam, especially an English exam, I would overthink it. Is it T-H-E-I-R or T-H-I-E-R, the I and E, which is E before I before E? What is that little, oh no, I forgot it again. E before I, or is it T-H-E-R-E? Oh no, which one is it? Okay. I would overthink it until I made myself crazy. And then I go and do the exam. And guess what? The exam wasn't about TH there or there. The exam was about the meaning of the book that we were supposed to be reading. I got totally sidelined by this little problem in my brain. And I missed the whole purpose of the book. And that's, basically why I flunked out in English so bad. I stressed out on the wrong things. I put the focus on the wrong things. How many of you are focusing on flat Earth? I hope that's still not a thing. How many of you are focusing on, I don't know, the American elections? Now we got Trudeau in Canada. We have the Chinese interfering with our elections. Is that your main focus now? You're getting sidelined. You're getting sidetracked. Okay, how do we keep Passover if the barley's not Aviv? What if when you go to check the barley on Friday or Saturday night and the barley isn't Aviv then? What do you do? Do I have to keep it all over again? I got to take days off now and again in April. How can I do that? I'm going to get fired. My spouse thinks I'm crazy. Well, maybe you are. Welcome to the asylum. We're all in it together. Stop stressing and just start obeying. It's really that simple. Stop stressing and just start obeying. Okay, so book off the time for Wednesday. Book off the time for the following Tuesday, the 7th day of unleavened bread. Book it off. Now, if Passover is not this time, you'll have already taken off for the Wednesday. Okay, so you got the dry run. You got to practice it. Then next Tuesday, call your boss, say, hey, guess what? My thing got canceled. I can come to work today. Can we do that? Yeah. Then book off next April, whatever you got to do. Just book it off. Or if you got to give an excuse, you got to give a song and dance and have a note from the doctor. What? Just grow up. Tell people to grow up. I need that time off. I'm just booking it off. You don't need to know. If you need to know, I'm doing it for religious purposes. Okay, goodbye. Stop getting into the big song and dance. They don't care. I don't care. When people took time off of work for me, I didn't care what their excuse was. All I cared about was that body was missing from my lineup of production. Okay, we got by without them. Are you taking time off of work every week? That's a problem you need to worry about. If you're taking time off of work twice a year, stop worrying. You are not replaceable. Don't think that you are. You're basically not replaceable. You know, there's so few good workers out there. You better be one of the good workers. And if you're a good worker, then it's not a problem. So stop stressing about that. So now, okay. Now you have got to become an authority in the calendar. You have got to become that authority. Because guess what? I could die today. I could die tomorrow. I'm hoping I don't. I hope at least I get to finish this teaching before I do. But if I did, you've got to carry on and start teaching this stuff. You've got to understand it. You've got to become that teacher. I started off with some great teachers in the Worldwide Church of God. I thought they were like gods. They knew everything about everything that I had no clue about. Then I met Nehemiah Gordon, Michael Root. And man, my God level just moved up even higher. They knew Hebrew. They knew the holy days. Wow, they had so much stuff. But they didn't have the sabbatical year. And then I started to learn more. You should all be learning more. You should not stop learning because you're sitting here, learning from me. Stop that. I'm just another teacher that you're going to learn from over the course of your lifetime. Find those good teachers. I love Aleph Beta, Rabbi David Foreman. I also know that he's very prejudiced against certain things. He's pro-Jew. He's pro-Hillel. He's pro that side. Okay, I get it. I also love Nehemiah Gordon and Keith Johnson. They teach such good stuff and give me such good insights. But I also know where their things are, where they stop. So learn these things about your teacher. Where is it that you're going to differ from them? Okay, and that's the part you got to watch for. But learn what you can learn. So today we're going to take a deep dive into what is about to become the next barley war. Okay, so years ago, when we first started doing this, we had to look for the barley. You have to make a first fruits offering. That's what determines the beginning of the year. Okay, that was simple enough. Yep, got it. Green ears. This shall be your month, the month of green ears. Great. What does that mean? When is the green ears? So, Sabra, can I ask a favor of you? That
Yes.
that Facebook site, can you get that Facebook site with all the flowers on it that we posted in our
Yep.
chat the other day?
Okay.
Share it up here and just start scrolling through it. I want people to get this website or get this page.
Is that the Abib of God one?
No, not that one.
Okay.
The Facebook one with all the flowers.
Okay, I just have to go and find it
Yep.
because I reposted it, but I have to find it.
And Randy and Lori Don, if you find that same link, put the link in the chat so everyone can find it. It was in the same group that we were talking with the other day.
Oh, it's got the Hebrew name.
Yeah. So last year in the barley things, Randy and I went to Israel. We found a field. Oh, it'd be about an acre. The field maybe 3 acres, but the field that was ripe was about an acre of barley, and it was heavy enough that it was falling flat on the ground. Just with the weight of the kernel and the rain that had fallen on it. And we seen that with Rebecca. She confirmed it. We went down to the nature reserve down the road. We found barley there. We made our video there in that nature reserve. Now people won't count that field because there's lots of rocks in it. Well, Yehovah planted that field with the rocks and the barley still came up. Yehovah planted the side of the hill with the barley on it and it grew. And some people are looking for the perfect flat field that is so wide and they have to have so much barley. But that's not what it says. It says you have to have first fruits that represent the whole nation. Now, last year in southern Israel, they didn't have the barley even out of the boot, and they were calling not for an Adar Bet, but an Adar Gimel, which would be a 14th month. So just keep scrolling. This is the flowers in Jerusalem or in Israel right now. There's tulips. Israel's not a desert. People think that it is. It's not. You have to think of Israel the same way we think of our winter. We aren't growing anything right now because of the snow. They don't grow anything because of the heat. But in between the snow, we grow all our crops. In between the heat, they grow all their crops. And we just got to understand that. So if you take the link there, Sombra, and throw it in the chat, everyone go and look at this on their own. There are fields and fields of poppies. There are fields and fields of all kinds of flowers everywhere. The blue bonnets. I forgot all the names. It's just a beautiful time of year to be in Israel. We have storks coming right now. We have the grapes budding right now. We have the figs budding right now. We have the flax in flower right now. What does that mean? It really means something, but it really has got nothing to do with what we're told in the Bible.
There's a flax.
I don't think so.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think so.
Let me keep looking for a flax. That's flax.
Maybe. Kind of blurry. Anyway, you can all go there and you can look this stuff up and you can see it. It's a beautiful, beautiful country. Okay, Samba, you can get out of there. Have you got the link in the side?
Yep.
Okay, now everyone's going to disappear and they're going to go look at it while I'm talking. Okay. Let's go because I want to address something. Now, first of all, I love it when we have more witnesses over there looking at the barley. I love the fact that we have Devorah checking the barley, Becca checking the barley, Yoel Levy checking the barley, and then we have other people going to check the barley, and it's awesome. But what you have to do is you have to listen to what they say and stop listening to their conclusions. Each and every one describes the barley correctly, accurately, and then they draw their conclusions from that. It's those conclusions where we differ. You must look at the evidence of the barley itself. And once you do that, you'll be able to decide whether or not Passover is this month or next month. So this year, from Becca, she saw barley, and that was the picture I was given with cows in it. When she went back to get more evidence, the barley was gone. The cows ate it. Okay, now what do we do? Well, you don't have the evidence. What do you do? Well, she's looking for more evidence. But we have barley that was shattering. We have barley that was in the head and barley that was in the dough. So just let me share with you right now this chart. Now we've had this chart in our newsletter a couple times. Brandy, you see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So dough stage is the second column to the left, or from the right. Second one to the left from the right. Dough stage. That's 81 to 89 days after they first germinate. So how many days are left? Let's say it's only 81. How many days are left until the barley is ripe? 10 days. All right? 10 days. Now we also have barley. Sometimes it's in the liquid milk or what they call the worm stage. So that would be the third column to the left from the right-hand side, the 70 to 79 time period. And if you had barley at that stage and you counted 20 days, it would be ripe. Now, the barley throughout Israel is at different stages of growth. I can go out there today or tomorrow and find barley that is just coming out of the stem or at the booting stage. It's in the boot, which is day 45. So if that's the only thing I report, you will automatically think, well, we got 45 more days to 90, right? Watch what they're saying. Look at what they're reporting. You're going to get a lot of reports starting now out of Israel. But you need to understand the charts and what they're saying. If there's stuff that's booting, but there's also stuff that's shattering, which is over here at the 99, well, that's just different growth stages of the barley. The shattering would be the first fruits. The dough would be the first fruits. Because what can you do with dough? You can harvest dough, which is the green ears. You roast it, and it caramelizes, and then it becomes a seed that you can ground in the flour. And the reason you're roasting it is so that you can grind it into flour, because dough you can't, it just turns to mush. But you got to get it into a hard seed so you can grind it into flour. Okay, so this has been on my website. It's on our newsletter the last little while. It's been there for a while. Now let me share with you. Okay, got to go back out. Sorry, I thought I had this lined up. Oh, Brandy, you had me forget what I was going to do. I was going to do something else. Now I got sidetracked. We'll come back to that. I want to come back to this after before we stop. Okay, I'll go to this one then. No. Okay, back out. Start over. Right now in Israel, and right now with us, we're doing exactly as it did in the time of the judges. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. So we need to be able to back up what we're doing with scripture. Everyone says they're doing it, backing it up with scripture, but are they? Wrong one. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my stuff here. I'm working on it. There we go. Okay, come back here, share. So what you're going to be looking at here, this is my newsletter for next week. This is what I'm working on, and I'm trying to get this together. First of all, I am not attacking anyone. I want you to understand. I want you to know. And once you have knowledge, once you have understanding, then you can't or should not be able to be deceived or led astray. So we are going to look at this Deuteronomy 16, verse 9. Now, Devorah sent out a letter this last week explaining what Deuteronomy 16:9 means. And we're going to read her letter, and then we're going to look at the verse itself, and we're going to dissect the verse and understand it. So this is the letter from Devorah. As we prepare for the upcoming barley inspection, we thought this would be a good opportunity to take a look at Deuteronomy 16:9, which seems to cause confusion for some. So right here, what did she just tell you? That if you don't agree with me, you're confused. That's not right. We don't have to agree. That doesn't mean we're confused. But so anyway, I'm just pointing this out. Deuteronomy 16:9 is clearly talking about the 7 weeks, which we count from Yom Hanafat HaOmer, the day of the Wave Sheaf offering, to Hag Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks. Leviticus 23:15-16 only. It refers to the Wave Sheaf day as from when the sickle begins on the standing grain. I can understand how someone might look at Deuteronomy. So now she's trying to diminish your position here and putting you on the outs. And I want you to understand that because she's setting you up to believe what she's saying. I don't want you to do that. I want you to look at the verse and believe what it says. I can understand how some might look at Deuteronomy 16 on its own and think this verse means that we aren't supposed to harvest until Wave Sheaf Day. However, when you look at this verse in the context of other verses and what we know about the development of the barley in the land, it's clear that is not at all what Deuteronomy 16:9 means. So what does Deuteronomy 16:9 mean? Deuteronomy 16:9 refers to a Wave Sheaf Day from when the sickle begins on the standing grain, because it is pointing to the fact that Wave Sheaf Day celebrates the beginning of the grain harvest, as opposed to Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks, which celebrates the end of the grain harvest. It's clear that we are allowed to harvest before Wave Sheaf Day. She's now just made a conclusion for you that is not very clear, but she's saying it's very clear. It is not. It's not clear at all. It's a misinterpretation. So we are never told that we can't harvest before Wave Sheaf Day. 2, we need to harvest before Wave Sheaf Day in order to bring the first fruits, in order to bring the first fruits of the harvest for the wave offering, Leviticus 23:10. That's the commandment to bring the first fruits. What she's just admitting here is that if you're harvesting and storing, you got the month wrong. So that's what she's saying without realizing it. We are prohibited from eating from the harvest before Wave Sheaf Day, Leviticus 10:14, which implies the harvest has begun before Wave Sheaf Day. It does not imply that. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Sukkot are harvest festivals, which is why we are instructed to bring the first fruits of our harvest to the temple at these times. The month of Aviv is the month when the fields are Aviv, which is green ears. And the fields need to be harvested when they become ripe. That's right. That's why you got to bring the first fruits. You got to have the timing correct. You must have the timing correct in order to bring the first fruits. It is common that we don't find any barley at what theoretically would have been Wave Sheaf Day the previous month. But then we have shattered heads, meaning the barley has become so dry and brittle that the heads have fallen to the ground by Wave Sheaf Day the following month. So of course we need to harvest before Wave Sheaf Day. So that conclusion just tells you that you've made a mistake and got the month wrong. That's what she's saying. Okay, so let's see, let's skip that. So Rebecca posted this chiasm, and I can't see anybody there, Randy, so you're gonna have to help me if you see anything come up there on the side. They say this, so the people that wrote this, we're copying it from them. A chiasm, also called chiasmus, is a literary device in which a sequence of ideas is presented and then repeated in reverse order. The result is a mirror effect as the ideas are reflected back in a passage. Each idea is connected to its reflection by a repeated word, often in a related form. The term chiasm comes from the Greek letter chi, which looks like our letter X. Chiastic pattern is also called a ring structure. The structure of a chiasm is usually expressed through a series of letters, each letter representing a new idea. For example, the structure ABBA refers to two ideas, A and B, repeated in reverse order, B and A. Often, a chiasm includes another idea in the middle of the repetition, ABX, BA. In this structure, the two ideas A and B are repeated in reverse order, but a third idea is asserted before the repetition, X. By virtue of its position, the insertion is emphasized. So the focus going out and coming in is focusing on X. Some chiasms are quite simple. The common saying, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, is chiastic. The words going and tough are repeated in reverse order in the second half of the sentence. The structure is ABBA. Another example of a chiasm, also with the ABBA structure, is Benjamin Franklin's axiom, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. Other chiasms are more complex, even spanning entire poems. Many passages in the Bible exhibit chiastic structure. For example, Yeshua's own words in Mark 2:27 are in the form of a chiasm. The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, using an ABBA form. The words Sabbath and man are repeated in reverse order. So in Matthew 23:12 is another example. And whoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and whoever shall humble himself shall be exalted. So it's very plain to see. A longer chiasm is found in Joel 3:17, 3:17 to 21. So you can read that there. I'm not going to go into that right now because I want to get to what I want to present to you. So there, that's all explained there. This will be in my newsletter next week or this coming Friday. So I want to get to Deuteronomy 16. So there it is in Hebrew. And I've gone to the original Hebrew so that we are not going to take anyone's translation as to what we are reading. It says in Hebrew, and you got the words below here, Sheba, Shabua, Safar. Now, I'm not going to say this one right because it's got a prefix before it and after it. Halal, Shermesh, Gama, Safar, Sheba, Shabua. Okay? So Sombra, if you look at the word halal, right, which is the third word. No,
In
I'm
Hebrew
sorry,
here?
Safar. Safar, I'm in the wrong one. Safar. You can see my mouse here, Safar.
Tisafar? Tisfar. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got a prefix before that,
Yeah, it's a tav.
a tav. And it's got this word behind it.
Lech.
Yeah. Can you explain to us what they mean? So the root of the word is Safar.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
I'm putting you on the spot. Can you help us understand that?
I can work through it, yes. Okay, so the prefix tav means she, you, they. When prefixed to a verb stem, it indicates one of the following: the third person singular feminine, future tense, she will. It could mean second person future tense. The number and gender depends on the suffix. So it means you will. And in biblical Hebrew, the third person, plural, feminine, future tense, they will. So this is biblical Hebrew. So we should probably go with it means they will.
Okay.
Okay. So they will safar. They will write. They will record. They will. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And then you want the lech.
Yeah.
I know lech lecha is a Torah portion at the beginning, and lech lecha means Genesis 12. So go forth from your country. So go. So you've got back here. Tisfar, which means they will go. Lecha, they will.
They will go forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's good. Thank you. That's what I want. I want everyone to be able to read this and know what it means. So you have the tav at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So you have Shabbat, Shabua. Now say the word for me again.
Mechala.
Safar,
Which one? Safar or Tisfar?
Titzfar,
Tisfar.
Titzfar la.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have halal,
Mahalal. Yeah.
but it's got a mem in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, what's a mem represent?
Mem means from, of, or out of. Before ordinary letters, excluding the gutturals and resh, it is a mem with an e sound, so it's me. followed by a dagesh or chet. So that's just like the spelling, what vowel you put in there.
Okay.
Before gutturals, it's the eh. So if you look at the bottom of this mem, it's got 2 dots under it. So that means it's a meh sound instead of a me sound.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm in the wrong word. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So just so you know, here's the beginning of the chiastic structure. Here's the end of the chiastic structure, and it's got the exact same words,
Right.
right? 7 weeks, 7 weeks.
But you've also got that word sefer in there. That's
And
also repeated.
here's the word sefer. There's the root of the word safar,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And here's the root of the word safar back here.
Right.
Right. So then this here part in the middle is the focus.
Right.
This is what this is pointing you to. This is what it's telling you. Look at this. Okay. So now I've got all the strong words down here so you can understand what it is, what's being said. And there's the what the words mean. So
What's that verse again?
pardon me, Deuteronomy 16, or yeah, Deuteronomy 16, verse 9.
Okay.
So I say chiastic structure is what this is. And it's bringing the focus as the counting of the weeks down to when the sickle cuts or destroys the grain. So here's a word for word translation of this. 7 weeks to begin to number. Sickle in the grain, begin to number 7 weeks. I'll repeat that. 7 weeks to begin to number, sickle to the grain, begin to number 7 weeks. What is the point of focus of this chiastic sentence? Sickle to the grain. So what are we being told here? You're being told from when the time the sickle goes to the grain, count 7 weeks. From the time the sickle goes to the grain, count 7 weeks. From the time the sickle goes to the grain, count 7 weeks. Forward and backward, backward and forward. From the time the sickle goes to the grain, count 7 weeks. If we are going to harvest the barley early, before Wave Sheaf Day, that's when the sickle goes to the grain. So that's when you're supposed to start counting. You'll end up at Shavuot at the wrong time. So what I'm showing you here, and I hope you're understanding, is that the Devorah is changing the meaning of this verse to justify them keeping Passover a month later, so that you are allowed to harvest the barley at any time and store it. Leviticus 23 does not tell you to take from your stored barley and make a wave offering. It tells you to take the barley, the very first fruits, when you put the sickle to the grain, those first fruits. In order to put the sickle to the grain and have first fruits, you have to be looking for the barley. You have to be ready for when that barley is first starting to become ripe. It's the month of green ears. It's not the month of ripe barley. When you have another thing that the Karaites have started doing, when I was first with Nehemiah, we needed 1 omer of barley. So I asked Nehemiah, how much was an omer? He said a handful. So Other people say an omer of barley is 2 liters. Other people are saying that an omer of barley is a big salad bowl. The exact measurement for an omer of barley, it changes over time depending on who's explaining it. So let's go with the biggest one, a big salad bowl. Let's go with 2 salad bowls. Let's go with a, like a bathtub, like full. Okay, you pick whatever amount you need. Let's go with that. When do you have to have barley ready by? Wave Sheaf Day. That's the only reason we go out to look for the barley, so that we have it by Wave Sheaf Day. We don't use the barley to determine what month it is. We have barley for Wave Sheaf Day. Now, after Nehemiah told me this, the group started to develop into, you got to have so much barley or a field of barley. And now today, that understanding that the Karaites have is that you must have, everybody must have barley. The entire nation must have barley so that everybody can come up to Jerusalem and make a wave offering. That's not what the commandment says. Let's go to Leviticus 23. And I'll share my screen. Leviticus 23. I believe it's, what are we? Sabbath, Passover 10. Get rid of you, go away, go away. 9. Leviticus 23, 9. And Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land which I give to you, and shall reap the harvest of it, then you shall bring the sheaf of the firstfruits of your harvest. The sheaf of the firstfruits of the harvest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yehovah to be received for you. On the next day after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. So that's the Sunday. You're to bring a sheaf. Now, a sheaf is one bundle, or if you take one big bundle and you get a 2-liter amount from that, that's the omer that you are to bring to Yehovah. You bring it from the first. What's the scripture that says you're not allowed to cut the harvest until you bring that first fruit? Verse 14, and you shall eat neither bread nor parched grain nor green ears until when? Until the same day, until you have brought an offering to your God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. You are not to eat anything until you bring this offering. That's Wave Sheaf Day. So the other thing that is developed in the Karaites is that you have to have barley ready, ripe, by the end of the 12th month. And if it's not ripe, you declare Adar Bet or not. Again, that's not what this says. We are in a situation right now where we just don't know with 100% certainty. Okay, which means we have to wait and wait on Yehovah patiently, without murmuring, without bitching and complaining that we just don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. You're not telling me what to do. Stop and be patient and watch for Yehovah. Watch him. Watch those fields where the flowers are. Some of the flowers are showing barley in them. Is it standing straight up? Is it bent over? Where is it? When was it taken? Look at the pictures. You can see. You can know. We've already got barley shattering. We've already got barley ripe. We've already got barley in the dough stage. What we didn't have was a lot of it. That's perfect. That's what we're supposed to have for Wave Sheaf Day, which when those reports came out a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we've still got what, 10 more days to Wave Sheaf Day now? No, that's 7, that's 8 more days as of, or 7 days as of tomorrow. Be ready to understand so that you can teach Torah. When is the barley going to be Aviv? It has to be Aviv by Wave Sheaf Day, not the 12th month. How much do you need? An omer. Not every field. If you go to Israel, there are fields down near Gaza that might be busting out right now. There are fields up in the north of the Jordan Valley that might be busting out right now. There are fields right beside Jerusalem that aren't doing anything. There are fields in the Timnah Valley that are still just starting to bust out. Go back to the story of Ruth. When did Ruth, or how did Ruth work for Boaz? She went from field to field, harvesting the barley. They harvested barley for 7 weeks. Okay, so did Boaz own every field in Bethlehem? No. Some fields ripened at different stages. So they harvested the barley when it became ripe. And then, they would take the first fruits offering up to the temple. You make the first fruits, the very first fruits offering that they do at the temple ceremony is on behalf of the entire nation. It's an omer. It's the first fruits on behalf of the entire nation. It is not a first fruits offering from everybody in the entire nation. And that's a problem that we're having between the Karaites and us right now. So again, you need to become proficient in this. You need to become professionals in this. You need to be able to teach this with authority and with understanding as you go forward. You have got to be able to do this. You've got, and the other thing is, because you are a goy, which means you are a non-Israelite or non-Jew, you really have no understanding. But because I speak Hebrew and I'm Jewish, I have all the authority and understanding. Do not fall for that poppycock. You have the authority from Yehovah. You have the understanding from your Torah, the same as anyone else does. And you are here learning, and we are all learning together, and we can be corrected. But prove it, not because you're Jewish, prove it because the Torah says so. Prove it because the Yehovah says so. So, okay, I think that's a pretty long rant for me this morning or this afternoon. Anyone got any questions about this? Let's talk about this for a few minutes, and then I want to go on to one other thing. And then if we're going to go into the Torah portions if time allows.
Joe,
Go ahead, Kurt.
I would like to jump in on that. I found something that's quite profound here. I think it's worth sharing.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That is very succinct. I've never seen such a thing that points exactly in the right spot. The chiastic structure. Wow. Hebrew's cool, eh?
Oh, it's awesome.
Okay. So the word for
Kurt,
sickle,
you want to share your screen or not? No?
it's going to be not this one, the other one, the other me.
The mini me?
Yeah.
Which one is that? I don't know which one that is.
1,000 of them. Well, Kurt, I don't know what it's got for a name.
With your last name.
Yeah, it's probably with the last name. I haven't figured out how to get them changed. One's my
Anyway,
phone.
go ahead then.
Okay.
Share
What I want to show you, I'll share screen quickly. I want to talk to you about the word sickle. Look up the word sickle, any of you guys that are in the Red Dictionary. That's what I want to show you, is the word for sickle. And yeah, I got to show you. It's pretty cool.
It's to do harm
So,
to the grain.
well, I want to get it in front of me so that you know I'm not talking out of my hat. So once I get this picture up, we'll be good. But I want to maybe go to somebody else for a second while I get this picture up. Please.
Philemon, you had your hand up there for a moment ago. You still got a question? Beljeet, go ahead, Beljeet.
Yeah, I had a question. If it is in order that, like in my area, oh, sorry, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. If it would be in order to plant this crop in our area, or it has to be wild.
Well, we are now into the sabbatical year. So as of the first of the month, we should not be planting anything. So we are not to plant and we are not to harvest during the sabbatical year.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Beljeet, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Suppose we do not have Joe Dumond, we don't have the internet, and how do we decide when the beginning of the year or the Passover is?
Good question. We have the internet. We have people in Israel right now. We have that until such time as they go down. If and when that happens, you have to now start to think. If now, see, I would have bet this year, if I didn't have anyone in Israel, I would have bet we had an Adar bet this year. And I would have got it wrong. So we are going to have to figure something out. We're going to have to learn, and we're going to have to rely on Yehovah. If you don't know, what I would do is, okay, at the end of the 12th month, the 1st of March, anytime after the 1st of March, it's still possible. Then I would keep 2. I would keep 2 Passovers. I would keep 2 Shavuots. I would keep 2 Sukkots because I didn't know. And I've done 2 in the past. When my first year, 2005, because I didn't know which system was the proper way to go, I kept 2 of everything that year. I would just do 2. I would consider it an honor to be able to do 2, not a burden. Then you're looking at it wrong if you think it's a burden. It would be an honor to be able to do 2. But I love Yehovah so much, and I understand how angry he is with the world, that I would not want to take the chance and miss his appointed times. I would just keep 2 because I didn't know. And then I got all my bases covered. One would be a practice for the other, and the other would be the real one. But if I didn't know, I would just keep 2. I'm not sure if that's going to help you answer your question.
How do you decide when the first one is then?
Well, we're looking at Israel right now. It's the month of green ears. So right now, all the barley is green ears. Next month, it'll be the month of reseeding or dry. And a lot of the flowers will be gone next month. The leftovers will be there, but the first batch of brand new flowers are all out right now. Israel is busting out right now. So that you can get from that link there on Facebook. There's a couple different links, and it's the month. So are we 100% sure? Personally, I'm pretty much am. But because of my position, I would have to show proof that we are, because I don't want anyone to believe what I say because I'm who I am. So I was about to go over to Israel. Randy's gonna go over there now. We need some younger blood to go over there and start doing this and to be able to do it, know what to do. I showed Randy around last year, so he's had his one lesson. That's it. He's on his own. And so he's gonna go over there this week, spend some time with Becca. And I'm gonna talk to him after Shabbat today. I may still change my mind. I'm not 100% sure yet, but yeah. So if we have other witnesses, then we can see it. But right now, we
And
still have
brother,
that ability.
and brother Joe,
Yes, Phil.
yeah. The question I was asking, I've just seen Sister Lori write something as about it, because I was thinking that even after the Shemitah, we could introduce the barley in our area, because I think in Kenya we have barley. One time Sister Sombra told me that we have barley here, but Sister Lori wrote this, that we need to look for the signs in our area, and we need to pay attention. Ultimately, we need to get ourselves to Israel. My berry bushes are budding, so I'm paying attention to what is happening in my area. Can this be treated as a witness also?
No, it cannot. Right now, I got trees out here that are covered in snow and it's melting. And so how can I use that? And the trees where you are,
Dry.
how can we use them? And the trees over in Mexico or South America or Russia, how can we use them? If you learn to develop, watch your area, okay, you can kind of get an idea. You can kind of have an idea. Planting barley in Kenya does not count. It's the barley in Israel that we go by.
Okay.
So that's what we have to do. Everywhere else around the world, you can kind of look and see what's going on. The sap in the maple trees is starting to run here now. Okay, should I go by the sap in the maple trees? Well, other years, it doesn't work. So the weather patterns are different everywhere. Yehovah is the one who determines when the holy days are. Not Joe Dumond, not Becca, not Nehemiah, not Devorah, not Joel Halevi. Yehovah determines when the holy days are. We have got to watch for his signs in that area, and in that area only. Okay, Baljeet, were you done?
Just to clarify, the question was, we don't have any internet, no connection. We lost all connections. So how do we decide when to start the year or when to start the Passover?
Okay, so I think you're in Toronto, aren't you?
No, in Seattle.
You're in Seattle. Okay. So in Seattle, is the sap starting to run in the maple trees there yet?
I haven't looked. I'm disabled. I stay inside most of the time.
Okay, so again, if you looked at the local area, it's going to be difficult because every area is different. You've got to be plugged into Jerusalem. Yehovah in these last days is going to do something awesome, spectacular, unbelievable. Who's looking for him? Who's watching? We're watching for the abomination. No one else is. Why are we watching for that abomination? Because we're watching his word. We're glued into his word. So you got to be watching. Everything's going to happen in Israel. There's going to be reports that you're able to decipher from. There's going to be news reports showing fields of riots, and you can see the fields. The barley's still standing up in the field. Okay, that'll give you a clue. You're going to have to start doing some homework, but you need to be familiar with the barley, and you need to understand the process in Israel. And we all need to be familiar with that. So you see the pictures that are being posted. Now this year, Becca's hardly posting any pictures. Okay. Others will post other pictures. They'll say that the sheep ate the top off the barley. No, they didn't. It's already shattered and fallen to the ground. So you got to become familiar with it. I would hide, we're out of time. We're starting the time of judgment starting next year. But I would say everybody needs to go to Jerusalem and do one barley search to get familiar with it, so you understand how it works. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question. I know since this is now considered a Shemitah year, has the Shemitah, does it start at the new moon or does it start at Passover?
It starts at the new moon.
Okay, based upon that information, how are we able now to harvest the barley for first fruits? And then later in the year, how do we plant the barley for next cycle for next year if we're not allowed to plant or harvest?
Awesome question. If you read in Leviticus 25, it says, I will stock up, I will give you increase in the 6th year that will last until not the 7th or the 8th, but until the 9th year.
I understand that.
You
I
understand that?
but
Well, hang on,
not-
let me finish.
Okay. Okay,
What is he talking about? He's not talking about strawberries. He's talking about the barley. Because the barley is the only crop that will be affected for that time period. If you can't plant the barley in the sabbatical year, you won't have a crop in the 8th. So you have to plant it in the 8th year in order to have a crop for the 9th. Okay, so but we are for Passover, we are looking for the wild barley, not the domesticated barley.
I thought you said you're looking in different crops in different parts of the country of Israel. Did you not say they're looking at different fields that were already planted?
Wild field, wild barley. Undomesticated. So the domesticated barley, it has been changed so that it all ripens at the exact same time. So that you can now take a machine in there and you can cut it all on the same day. The wild barley, it ripens at different times. It's not easy to harvest it. That's why Boaz and Ruth are going out to just Boaz's fields at different times and harvesting the same fields, but at different times.
Okay, how does that apply then to Shavuot for first fruits? For not fruit, but I'm sorry, my bad. Shavuot for the offering at that time. You got the first fruit, the offerings of Shavuot. I keep saying first fruits.
It is also first fruits for Shavuot too.
Okay,
So there's a first fruits for the barley, which is the barley, and there's a second first fruits offering for Shavuot.
okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so you offer the first fruits of the wheat at Shavuot. So last year, again, I thought we'd have an Adar bet last year. We did. Yeah, we did last year. And then everyone else had their own Adar bet. So we were looking for wheat and we're getting kind of anxious because the wheat wasn't ready as we got closer to the Shavuot. And I thought, okay, we're wrong, right? Our second witness is the wheat and it's wrong. But just before Shavuot, all of a sudden the wheat got ripe and we had wheat, like the very first wheat at Shavuot. So again, you take the first fruits of the crop for both times, barley and wheat, and you make that your wave offering, and they have to be ready in time for that Wave Sheaf day or Shavuot.
So you're saying the wheat would also be from a wild field as well?
That's what we're using right now as our indicator, yes. So in Israel, Becca has got the black, it's called, what's she called? The black wheat, or I forget what the Hebrew name is. It's got a black stripe on it. And it's
Emer.
Say again?
Isn't it the Emer wheat, Emer?
I think you might be right. Yeah. And it's generally been indicating when the Shavuot would be. So then after that, we have grapes showing up in the 5th month, ready to harvest. We have the pomegranate showing up in the 7th month along with the dates when we do this method. We have all the different fruits showing up at the proper time for you to take the first fruits and harvest them and make them your wave offering.
But are we still allowed to harvest those first fruits for the wave offerings?
In a Shemitah year?
Yes.
Oh, see, that question, I don't
You know,
know.
you're confusing harvest with gather. That's one, or reap. Harvest means storage or sale. And what we're really doing in an off year, sabbatical year, is you're collecting the omer for the offering. You're not harvesting for the crop. You're only collecting for the wave sheaf offering.
So in a Shemitah year, would I go out and collect a sheaf of barley and cut a sheaf of barley in the Shemitah year? Yeah, I would. When would I do that? After I've made the wave sheaf offering. Okay, but you're not allowed to harvest. Well, I'm not harvesting. I'm collecting enough barley to turn it into a loaf of bread that I'm going to make that day or that week. So you can harvest barley and wheat in a Shemitah year. Hang on, let me rephrase it. You can collect enough barley or enough wheat in a Shemitah year to make bread that week. You
It's
cannot,
reaping. It's
you can
reap
reap
is a
it.
different language,
You cannot
yes.
cut the whole field and put it in a storage bin for that winter. Brian, does that help you?
Yeah, it's clarifying. I'll have to look at that some more, but I just thought about that since you started talking about this, and I really hadn't researched it. And I as we were talking about, I'd like to get your opinion. So I appreciate your input, and I thank you. That clarifies it some.
Yeah, so again, you can go out any day during a sabbatical year and collect whatever you want during the sabbatical year. I can go out and pick a basket full of apples and take that home, and we would eat that week. But I can't take that same basket full of apples and make apple pies out of it and put it in the freezer for that winter. That would be considered harvest. And again, that's Joe Dumond rules there. I got to clarify, that's Joe Dumond rules of how I consider it. You're allowed to pick whatever you need to eat that day or that week. But right now we're trying to stay focused on the barley for Wave Sheaf Day. And I understand that question is related, but let's stay focused on the barley. Glenn.
Yeah, so what Becca's doing too is why you see her taking the pictures of the tulips and the flax and the storks and the lambs, because they all coincide with the barley harvest period or the ripening of the barley. Typically, plants and life, first thing in the spring or in the new year, as it's termed in Israel, is life, the season of life. So if you see the season of life upon you, you got to start looking for the barley because it coincides with those other things I just mentioned. So she's seeing all these other things that typically come in at the same time the barley comes in, but she just haven't necessarily found the barley that could be very well existing with a huge field somewhere in Israel, because she doesn't get all around all over the place. We don't have a lot of scouters, etc. Yehovah's going to plop that in her face one of these days, hopefully sooner than later. But again, he's doing this on purpose to get us to seek it out and look for it. Now, another thing.
No, just before you move on away from that, let me comment on that.
Yeah.
Then I'll come back to you. So the history, we got, whose mic is that? We got, somebody's mic is also making a bunch of noise. Who's that? Okay, the history here, let's go back in the history and understand the history of how this all come about. We have Nehemiah Gordon looking for the barley. Now, Nehemiah grew up in Chicago. Okay, he's not a farmer. And he learned this from somebody else when he came over, made Aliyah to Israel. He learned about the barley from somebody else. And that's what got him going in it. And then at about the same time, he was learning about the crescent moon, although he had some ideas about that from before. And that got him going. And then Michael Rue was doing the same thing, but he was didn't have a good base yet. And then they got together and they got the base formed, and that's how it got started. And they brought in agricultural people to help teach them about the barley. And this is all good. I forgot where I was going. Oh no. Glenn, what were you talking about?
You're talking about coinciding crops with the barley, and she's looking
Yes.
for.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Getting old. Okay. So in 2005, Brian Convery has also now started to join up with Nehemiah and started to look for stuff. And some very early at that time, Brian Convery and Nehemiah have a dispute, and I'm not sure exactly what it is. Brian Convery, he's his own person. So they split up. Now, Brian is starting to look for the storks. He's looking for lambs giving birth. He's looking for grapes budding, and he's looking for figs budding. And he's looking at all these different things. And he's got a whole list of things he's got to check off before he will declare the month of Eve. Okay. Becca comes in and she learns from Brian Convery about these different things. And then Becca is in the land looking at the land. She's in the land year round, but Becca's also Christian or Christianese or whatever you want to call it. So she's on the outs. She's coming in through Brian Convery. She's Christianese. She's on the outs with the Karaites. And the Karaites, they're still Jewish. They're still Jewish. And this is a Jewish thing. And we're not going to let the Christians take over. Okay. So we got these different pulls and pushes here going on. I'm coming in through the Karaites. And I'm following what Nehemiah said, and I'm just trusting him and just going along and not checking anything until 2016. And then Becca says, Joe, you got to look at this. Now, I barely knew Becca. I knew about their dispute with Nehemiah, but I didn't care. That was their business, not mine. But I started to look at what she was saying. And I couldn't deny that the barley is already shattering in 2016, a month ahead of when we were supposed to be doing it. And that's when I had to make my split. And it was very hard and very trying. And I also know that a lot of people were relying on my opinion, my view. And I'm trying desperately hard to get you to become your own judges, to become authorities of your own, so that you can look at this and you understand it, and you can look at a picture and you can know what it means. You have to become that authority so that when you hear the reports from Devorah and Joel and anyone else who goes over there, this year is going to be Randy and Becca, you're going to hear the reports, you're going to see the barley, you will be able to make an educated decision because you know, not because Joe Dumond said, not because Becca said, not because Devorah said, or Joel Halevi said, because you know. And you're not going to base that decision because I'm more Jewish or more Karaite or more Christian, or you're not going to base it on anything except the barley itself. So what Becca's brought in is the 7 species that are offered during each of the festivals. They have to be the first fruits. And if we start to look at that way, it makes a whole lot of sense. So Joel goes out and looks for the barley, and he's done. Devorah goes out and looks for the barley, and she's done. She doesn't check the wheat. She doesn't check the grapes.
Mhm.
They don't check the pomegranates or the dates. Or
They don't even check. They don't even check when they're sprouting. And Becca's watching it sprout from the beginning, so she can count on that chart. How old is this now? 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever.
Sarkis said to me that the barley was going to be early in 2015, or maybe it was 2016. I barely knew Sarkis. He's just a fruitcake. I'm not going to believe anything this guy says. But, I'm only kidding Sarkis. I love him. But he told me this beforehand. But I wasn't looking. I was looking in the wrong place. And sure enough, it was early. And Sarkis was right. And it was, wow, what's going on? So the 7 species that Becca learned through Brian Convery, they do have a play here. So here's what we don't have. We don't have a Sanhedrin, an authority to go by. We don't have a high priest to declare this that we need to follow. And if we did have a Sanhedrin and they declared it a month later, we'd all rebel anyway. Right? Again, we don't have, so I would love to see Nehemiah, Joel, Devorah, myself, Becca, Brian Convery, all sitting on a board and presenting all these things without a heated argument, but as members of Israel wanting to serve Yehovah, seeking for the truth. That I would love to have. We don't have that yet. There are other people out there besides those who are also looking for the barley, who also rely on these reports. I would love them to be involved. I don't know who they are. They've never identified themselves to me. I would love for, all those people on the Hillel calendar, my Worldwide Church of God groups, the United, I would love them to be involved. But they won't budge from anything that Herbert Armstrong didn't say. If he didn't say it, they're not going to do it. So, but again, I would love for them to be able to come here and see this stuff and learn and understand. We need a bet din. We need a council. We need a group that's going to be the authority, because this is a tough year this year. And believe me, I am struggling with this year. Right now, I am very comfortable in my skin today, 1 week before. 2 days ago, I was, is it, isn't it, is it? I was going back and forth wrestling. I'm very comfortable now.
See, Rebecca, she said it's 90s for the next week or two.
Yep.
When you're getting into above 80, you start accumulating what they call growing degree days, where you get exponential growth. Exponential is not, a little by little. It's double and triple and quadruple, and it just develops very quickly. And all of a sudden, poof, it's shattered. Next thing you know, it's all shattered. So
when you have
I
shattered,
agree. Yeah.
when you have shattered grain, what are you going to see when you go in the field?
You're going to see it on the ground.
No, you're not. You can't see it on the ground. You're going to see nothing.
It's hidden, right? It's on the ground. Yeah.
You're going to see nothing. So
Yeah.
what you do see is the late barley or the still standing up.
Second fruits.
Second fruits. And that's, again, I'm not knocking Devorah, but that's what they're going to see. So Devorah is not going to start looking for barley until the week of the end of the month, the last week of this coming month. Devorah came out last year, went to the exact same field Randy and I and Becca were standing in, went to that same field, identified it, said that yes, there is Aviv barley, yes, there is shattering barley here, but there wasn't a full field. And there wasn't a full field. She is correct. She agreed with us. She confirmed what we said. There was barley. There was about a third of the field, a quarter of the field was Aviv. But her standards are for the entire field to be Aviv, so that the farmer can harvest the entire field at one shot, not just a part of it and then have to go back, like Ruth and Boaz were doing.
And that generally works for more flat planted prime fields that are typically taken care of, but not in the wild. Wild, you're going to have high mounds, low mounds, little valleys, little hot spots, rocks, outcrops, all kinds of things that are going to be variable.
That's right. So again, our focus has got to be, will it be ready for Wave Sheaf Day? Not the end of the 12th, not the 10th day of when the sheep are being brought in or the lambs are being brought in for Passover. We're going to keep Passover whether the barley's ready or not. And then on Wave Sheaf Day, if the barley, it ain't ready and there's nothing there and we can't find any, okay. We had a good lamb dinner the Passover before. Now we're going to have another lamb dinner in April when we keep Passover again.
It's a rehearsal.
It's a rehearsal. I am humble enough to be able to do that. I am not proud enough saying that, oh, I got it. I got to have it right. It's one time only. When Constantine created the Council of Nicaea in 325, he did that because he was pissed off at the Jews. The Jews could not decide when Passover was that year. They said it was this month, and then they came back and said, no, it's this second later. And he got mad because they could not decide when Passover was. Well, actually, they were deciding. They got it wrong the first month. They're in the diaspora, remember? And then later they learned that the barley was not Aviv when they thought it was. And they kept it a second time. They were humble enough to know they got it wrong, and they readjusted and started over in the second month. Not with the second month, that was actually the proper first month. I hope I'm making sense there. That's why the Council of Nicaea became formed. That's when Constantine created the declaration, so that Easter is now the third week after the equinox. And that's why we have Easter the way it is now. Okay.
And many are still trying to do the after equinox thing. It's still out there on the internet.
Yeah,
Oh, it has to be after the equinox. And they talk about that one word in scripture, Tekufa.
Tekufa.
And it's not even related to that.
And we have now got, I think, a dozen. Don't hold me to that, but I believe it's around a dozen, give or take, tombstones from Zohar of Jews keeping Passover before the equinox. The equinox was not even part of their conversation. And that's using both the barley and Aviv calendar, which they did at that time, and the Hillel calendar, which had just come into use at that time. Both of them have Passover before the equinox. And I've got about a dozen tombstones to confirm this. We've posted that in newsletters before. Glenn, are you done?
Well, on another note, we can talk about it later if you want to finish with them. It's regarding what you said, do not plant. The actual term is do not sow. So we can look at that up later if you want for the sabbatical year.
Yeah, let's save that for later. Okay, let's stay on the barley right now. Nancy, go ahead.
I had several things that all coincide with the whole barley thing.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about the timing, and we obviously love our Abba, and our goal is to keep the proper timing. And he is ultimately, our walk with the Messiah is ultimately our leader and who we need to follow. Given that we know he uses the human body and mind to give us messages and
No, hang on. No. He uses the Torah, his word.
the Torah, but there are humans that he can use that follow him, that do help us, but they can only give us some guidance here and there.
You have to
Bottom
compare
line is-
every human being to the Torah.
Right. Okay. Well, my bottom line here is he's placed certain people, and I'm only going to say he's placed certain people that no one certain person that we've seen from all of the patterns has been the ultimate guide or the ultimate person to follow. So we have to be real careful who we put on pedestals. It's my point. So given that, one of the things that he gave Becca for me, and I've been kind of following her in Israel, and I should say following Messiah in Israel, what he's shown her since around 2014. And the one thing that I realized with him was,
me.
was pattern.
I don't know if I froze or you froze, but I didn't hear anything you just said.
Oh, sorry. Well, my point is patterns. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay, so he teaches us these patterns for a reason. And there's a lot of people saying, I'm looking and following my patterns here about the timing there in Israel. And it doesn't matter if it's Nehemiah or Deborah or who you ever end up looking at what they're discovering, because it can kind of coincide, just like you said, I judge by fruits. So if someone's character is attacking another character, I'm probably not going to look at that person's evidence, or I would say I'd look at the evidence, but I'm not going to be as much of a follower of that person as I might another. Okay,
I
so
agree. I don't use certain people's reports, and I don't use anything about them, because they just revolt me in the way they treat other people. So yeah, I get it.
right. Okay, so given that though, there's been several things that have happened over the period of the years that I want to talk about. The shortening of days, it seems to be something that some people are paying attention to. And how we
Hang
know
on,
that-
what shortening of day? I don't know
well,
what you're
we
talking
know
about.
in the Bible, it says there's a shortening, and there's some people that have linked that to the coming of Passover and stuff being earlier in the year. I don't know whether or not that's true. It's just something that's been looked at. All
So
right,
the shortening of days that you're referring to is unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved alive?
right.
Okay. So there's
Okay.
still a 24-hour day every day.
Yeah, well, that is true. There was, well, I'm not going to get into that. That's too far out. Okay, so
Okay.
my situation with people looking at their surroundings, something happened this Shemitah year that everybody's taking notice of, and it's the way the stars are aligned with the moon this year and how the planets have been. I've seen over and over and over again, look at this, something's going on. So it's like, even though it may not have anything to do with Shemitah at all these people are saying something's going on. We feel there's too many things showing me something's going on.
Do you remember 2017?
Yes.
All the stars were lined up in 2017 as well.
The same
Something's
way.
going on.
Okay.
But what was the result of that?
Well, that's obviously was Shemitah.
No, it wasn't Shemitah.
Okay, wait. Okay, so it's a
2016 was
6
Shemitah.
year.
This is 2017. All the
Right.
stars are lined up and everyone is a big carfuckle about it. What is the thing? What happened in 2017?
That was the year that I moved to North Carolina and I started noticing the difference.
That's it. The stars are pointing out the year that Nancy was going to move to North Carolina.
Tell me what it is, Joe. I'm just we had terrible hurricanes, but tell me, what are you getting at?
I'm getting at, they don't tell you anything. So
Okay.
you cannot go by the stars.
Okay. All right. So here we
They
go.
they are of interest. They are interesting and the different things. And the only thing you can do with the stars is look at them in hindsight and say, that was interesting. Or, okay, remember all the blood moons we had on the high holy days?
Mhm.
What happened?
Nothing.
Okay, Yeshua was supposed to come back on those high holy days. Well, we got that wrong. Carry on.
All right. So the other thing was, okay, so I have a friend, you mentioned there's snow in your area, and I've been able to watch my patterns here since 2017. I know what flowers are always on my Passover table. I know grapes come at Feast of Tabernacles. I know when my budding maples are, it's always going to be, that's going to be Passover and Aviv week. And I've been able to see that constantly, continuously on patterns since 2017 here. But my friend in Minnesota, she's not seeing the new life exactly the same way I'm seeing it, but she's out in the dark. She's off the grid. She's so far away from interior lights, she can pay attention to the sky. And guess what she noticed? And she's noticed it every single year, but this year, because she's staying at her children's right now. But she actually saw the circuit change of the moon. Now, I got to watch it from the time of 2017 myself.
The circuit change?
There's a circuit change of the moon.
What's
when
that?
it's not, the equinox doesn't line up with the circuit change either. People use this equinox thing. The circuit changes, the moon changes from one spot to another where you see it. The only way I found my new moon in 2017, because I wasn't talking to everybody, was I was sitting on my front porch and I was like, I'm not going to find it. This was a new residence for me. I knew the moon was over here. And I mean, it was over here in a certain spot, but it wasn't there. And I'm like, I about give up. Where is it? And I started praying. I said, I'm not going to see the new moon tonight, you know, and I always like to find it for myself. And then all of a sudden I saw these birds in the sky and I followed the birds. And don't you know, they flew right there where the new moon was. And it had totally changed from one spot to another. And guess what? It was at the new season. See, we only have the summer and winter, or we don't even want to call, I don't know. The two
Okay, you
seasons maybe
you
before.
are aware of the Metonic cycle, right?
I know that it changes where the sun and moon go. Yes.
No, it doesn't change. Every 19 years, everything is in the exact same place it was 19 years ago. So it repeats the order. It moves. It's not in the same place during those 19 years, but every 19 years, it's in the same place. The stars, the moon, and the sun are in a similar place in the sky. So this thing that you're bringing up here is not something new. It's something that happens on a regular basis. The moon will not be in the same place every season, every year, until 19 years later. Then it will be in the exact same spot.
Okay, so, but why is it that we can see a change and where the moon, the new moon, it's very specific, the new moon is, it changes at only twice a year. And we notice that it's only 2 times a year that it makes that change. So all I'm saying, my whole point here is these patterns that we're seeing, and I don't think we're going to lose the internet or our way to understand what's going on in Israel either if Father doesn't will it that way. But I'm saying we can't also disregard to go ahead and look at some of those patterns, because he's been teaching us patterns forever, and that's for a reason. And it's him himself that's giving us this, because he is life. He is these things. He's the one that's teaching us. And, you know, like Becca, she learned from the ground. She learned from the plants. She learned from the trees. All I'm saying is everybody, every single one of us, we may not be in Israel, but we also can learn from growing, from inspecting, from paying attention. Because when I'm out there with him, I'm my closest to him. You know, when my hands are in the dirt, when I'm paying attention to his trees and all those things, I think that shouldn't just be for someone in Israel inspecting. I think it's very much for us too. So, and I'm trying to look at my notes because I didn't want to, these all relate to each other. The geese here, it's the same thing, follows in the same exact pattern as what's been the circuit change for me, what's been the budding, the geese. And I remember last year hearing them early going, why did I hear them already? And guess what? Another person, which was in a whole different state, a few states away, same thing happened to. So, and then I'm like looking, all right, hold on one second. I had another note here that was real important. Okay, the Aviv barley this year, I think has been an incredibly important thing. Becca has not been able to say, I found an omer. And I think it was Sombra or somebody, I might be wrong, Sombra, I'm sorry, has said somebody found some that already had crushed or was destroyed by a storm or whatever the case may be. And I think that was real important that we were able to discover how things reseed. And like if you put a sickle to it, it would fall to the ground and never make it to Jerusalem. I think all of those had to be shown to us, and he chose Becca to show it to us. And I think it's the same way with here. You don't know and understand the Torah and some of those biblical words unless you actually have your hand and your body and your mind, everything directly with him and the Torah. And I just think that it's so important that we don't disregard doing that, even though we're looking to these other people in Israel. I do think every single person, every single one of us needs that one-on-one with our Father in his Torah, but also with what's out there, That was my major point.
Yeah, it also says, do not add to the Torah. So while we're looking for our different signs in our different areas, that's all good and fine. But if you use that to replace the Torah in the barley being Aviv in Israel, and saying, I don't need that over there, it's already Passover here where I'm at, you've added to Torah. So yeah, you can look at all these different things, but you got to make sure that you're grounded on the barley and the ripening of the barley in Israel.
I agree.
You got to be, that's got to be your base.
Right.
Okay, anything else? Not now? Kurt, we're coming back to you, sir.
Right on, Joe. I've been jumping up and down trying to stay in my skin here. Check this out. Check this out.
Randy, can you pin his the Kirk McPherson one with the he's got Klein's dictionary there?
So, first off, it's nothing special, right? Het, resh, mem, sheen. Hermesh, something like that. Sickle. Okay, there's only one word exactly like it, which is interesting. Doesn't always happen. But check this out. Let's remove the sheen and see what. Think about your story. Think about Yeshua's story. Think about the barley. Think about I don't know. Just listen to these definitions. Et, resh, bam. To ban, devote, excommunicate, exterminate, to ban, devote, excommunicate. If I could communicate, that would be good. Sacred, forbidden, deconsecrated, to include, covering. He swore, banned, devoted, confiscated, destroyed, exterminated, consecrated, pronounced the ban over, was banned, was confiscated, was devoted, consecrated, put under the ban, to spread a net, thing devoted, ban, devotion, destruction. Here's some other words that fall into this, interestingly. Fishing net, fish pond. Look at this, he perforated, pierced, slit, lacework, fisherman, confiscator, destruction, annihilation, curved knife.
Okay.
All of those words mean they just fit with this whole season.
What with this whole season?
You know, so they just fit.
No, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Well, they fit with this whole season that we're dealing with right now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, our barley, we gotta set it apart and say this is what we're gonna cut on that day in that moment, and there's a whole bunch of stuff.
The sickle is destroying the covering. The sickle is destroying what is set apart.
There's that. There's the word it said pierced. Who was pierced at this time? Think about your own story. Think about my story. When I decided that we're debating the calendar situation here, and when I decided to step out and do something different, what happened to me? You know, banned, excommunicated. But at the other side is that cut off, and that's what I experienced. I got some recent experience with that, you know.
Kurt, what page are you on?
That's 233.
Okay, thank you.
Inclines.
So I have stuff to add to Kurt's. Are you finished, Kurt?
Well, sort of. Also, the word devote is in there. What happened? What would have happened on this day actually yesterday was the 10th day of the month. That was the day the lambs were selected. If there was a day, I would say that would be the day that you would consecrate your priests and whatnot. If you're going to have a dedication, I would think that would be the day to devote. There's so much going on in that word. It seems harmless. It's just a sickle.
So then that word Hormah, it says that there's a city named Hormah. So I look up, where is the ancient city of Hormah? Oh, look, it's just over there to the east of where Beersheba is. Well, what's there today? Oh, it's a place called Tel Arad. I wonder, where did they find the ancient barley? Oh, look at that. They found the barley in Arad, and they have like the ancient like containers and stuff that have the old wheat and the old emer. So how close is that? Because remember, we talked about, oh, well, the high priest would have to go with his sickle, and he would have to go down to the place where the barley was found and take the barley, and he would have to ask those questions. Is this the barley? Is this the sickle? And all the people would say, yes, this is the barley, this is the sickle. How far does he have to go if he's going to go from Jerusalem to Arad? It's 84 kilometers. That's not just a 15-minute walk. It's not just a kind of a middle of the night walk. So the fact that Becca has found it in Poriat, so she's 181 kilometers away. There's no reason why her barley would be excluded. It's not because it's too far. Her barley would be just perfectly found. Doesn't matter how far it is.
So people will exclude the Jordan Valley. Last year they dismissed the Jordan Valley because the winds come up to Jordan and they ripen the barley early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but that's their excuse. Meanwhile, in their backyard, the barley is not even in the boot. So we want to Adar Gimel. Okay, the excuses for not accepting it there's just a gazillion of them. So anyway, okay, Kurt, you're done?
Basically, I just want a final comment. It shows there's a distinction, there's a separation. This is such a huge issue. This whole calendar business, deciding to go with the barley now or later. This is Yehovah going through the temple right now with the inkhorn and marking those who are his at this time. This is serious stuff, right? This isn't just whether. This is serious stuff.
Do you understand why I got so ticked off on all these Facebook discussions we've had in the past? People say I'm a hard ass. I don't give. I don't budge. I don't. I'm too. Too. I don't know what the word is. I'll just say zealous, because yeah, it's serious stuff. If you're keeping the calendar at the wrong time, you're dead.
You can be on the side of the banned and the destroyed, or you can be on the side of the devoted.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
Yep, done.
Good. Okay, Eric. Go ahead, Eric. Eric's been quiet. Oh, is Eric sick?
No, not sick, just waiting. There was a lot of talking going on there, so I wanted to wait my turn, but
I thank you, and I thank everyone else for being patient and letting everyone get through their stuff. So that's very good. That's what it should be.
Yeah, and I wanted to make a point. When we see the scriptures telling us to do something in a certain way, I think we have the advantage that people in the past didn't have prior to Yeshua coming, because now we have him fulfilling in part the first three, the fourth one by the Ruach. So I look at this as God giving us a key to the ones that he's going to fulfill in the future. So not only do we have what he was trying to accomplish and how he's...
Eric, can I interrupt you? Because you're touching on a really big point that we haven't even brought up yet. This is huge. And Are you gonna make that point or you gonna skip over it? Cause like this
No,
is
no,
huge.
no. I'm going to make a point, just a real
Okay.
quick point. I was trying to do it
No,
quickly,
no,
but
not a point, but this point.
right. So basically, when you go to 1 Corinthians 15:20, it points out something that this is information they did not have before in the Tanakh. And we can use this for the future events that will help us out because now we have a key. It says, but now Christ has risen from the dead and has become the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. For since by man came death, by man also comes the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ all shall be made alive, but each one in his own order. Christ the first fruits, afterward those who are Christ at his coming. So it's telling here that there's going to be two major events, and the neat thing about the resurrection.
Yes, Eric, you're spot on.
So anyways, I want to look at what God had set up in the beginning as an agrarian culture, and why he was telling people on a certain day to do certain things is because in the end, when all these holy days are fulfilled, he's addressing the sin issue and is addressing people who are born in sin and bringing them to a redemptive process to be able to be in the presence. The goal is to be able to be in the presence of the Father and not die. He's going to redeem all of mankind from Adam forward. And all these holy days, the goal of the holy days is to bring us back into the presence of the Father.
Precisely.
Okay.
Oh, this is huge. Eric, so huge. But why you stop it? Like that's, come on.
Well, I just wanted to bring this up because basically it's telling you how he set up this agrarian laws, why these are so important, why we should be doing them, honoring them, and doing on his timetable and trying to learn from him why these holy days are so important. And if we look at the past and we see how he's fulfilled basically the first three Yeshua has fulfilled, not totally yet. There's still some that has to be accomplished, like the future Passover we see in Ezekiel, but there's still the time that they were resurrected, the first fruits. The thing I love about the first fruits is it wasn't just Yeshua resurrected, and that gives me hope. Because resurrecting a perfect individual who is God incarnate, who's Yehovah incarnate, that I can understand. But he resurrected other people besides himself that were probably close to where he was buried, and they were the first fruits. And that gives everyone else hope for the one of the harvest that's coming. Because if the first fruits are good, the harvest is going to be good. And if I see that people that have been born in sin and iniquity, and they're resurrected with Yeshua, and it wasn't just Yeshua alone, that gives me great hope that in the end, if I pass before he comes, or if I'm awake before he comes, either way, he has the ability and the power to translate me into what he would call, a holy, redemptive person. I can be with him forever. And that's what gives me great hope.
Eric, there's some really selfish people here in the sidelines chatting away about you and me. They just don't get it.
I can't see the chat because I'm looking at the scriptures right now because I have to be able to read them. But I just wanted to point that out.
What's wrong with us? How come you and I are agreeing 2 weeks in a row here?
I don't know. we need to stop this.
Okay, so
All right.
you have just Circus, you're gonna have to wait, Circus. You've touched on the whole. What does Jehovah care about?
Keep going. Keep
the
going.
agriculture. He don't care. He doesn't care about the barley. I'm being sarcastic here.
Right.
He doesn't care about the wheat.
Right.
But you just said it. There are huge lessons to be learned from them. Okay, so if we keep them now, the Jews admit they have no idea what the purpose of the feast of Yom Teruah is all about. Blowing of a shofar. Okay, we blow a shofar. So what? Okay, that's one. The other day that they don't understand is Shimini Atzeret, the 8th day feast. It says you're to keep it holy. That's it. it's thrown in as part of the commandment to keep Sukkot, and then you keep the 8th day, and then what? It doesn't say anything. You just said, you've touched on so many beautiful, beautiful verses. 1 Corinthians 15:20. Awesome. Okay.
Well,
He's the
there's
first fruit.
there's just one more I
Of
wanted
what?
to kind of seal it and show you where this is going. It's 15:24. It says, then listen to this. Then comes the
Oh, hey,
end when
what-
he
what
delivers
chapter-
the
what
kingdom
book
to
are you-
God. First Corinthians still 15:24.
Okay.
This kind of puts basically this is encapsulating why we are to keep the feast, how important these feasts are. I know we're going to debate when we should do all this other stuff. I know we're bickering about, is this the month? Is it the next month? What do we do about that? But if we can get some kind of agreement with other people somehow and do it in one accord, maybe we might all be wrong, but we're all in agreement. And that's why I try and get across to people. It's try and do the best you can, but just because someone else is not doing it the way you are doesn't make us right and them wrong. So we got to be careful about that kind of attitude. But get this, it says, then comes the end when he delivers the kingdom to God the Father, when he puts an end to all rule and authority and power, for he must reign till he has put all enemies under his feet. The last enemy that will be destroyed is death, for he has put all things under his feet. But when he says all things are put under him, it is evident that he who put all things under him is expected. Now, when all these things are made subject to him, then the Son himself will also subject to him who put all things under him, that God may be all in all. So to me, the whole purpose that God has set up everything that he set up the way he has is to basically destroy death. That is the purpose of all these feasts. And eventually,
Okay.
when death is destroyed, the feasts will come to an end.
So, well, I don't think so. I don't think they'll come. Oh,
Well,
now
the only
we're back
reason,
to
the
way-
only
now we're
reason,
back to disagreeing again. Okay.
no,
back
no,
to
no,
the-
no, no. The only reason why I say that is if you read in Revelation 21:23,
Yeah,
it
but hang on,
talks.
before you move away, Eric.
Okay.
When does that, what you just read there, when does that take place?
At the very end, just prior to I'm sure the end of the 7th millennial reign, all this stuff will occur.
That's exactly right. So I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions now for the new people here so they can understand what
Okay.
it is that what I'm so excited about, that you're saying. Yeshua coming out of the grave, what's that mean here? And what's that got to do with the barley? Connect those two together.
When he was resurrected on the first fruits, Feast of First Fruits.
He's resurrected at the end of the 7th day and the start of the first day. And on the first day, it's the Ascension Day, right?
Right. And it was the Feast of First Fruits when he was resurrected.
Wave Sheaf Day.
Right.
So and you said that gave you hope. Gave you hope, why?
Because it wasn't just Yeshua that was resurrected. It was men, women, saints.
Yeah. We don't know how many.
They were resurrected with Yeshua, and they went to Jerusalem and bore witness to how many actually did. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So
Oh.
So I apologize. You're cutting out, or I'm being frozen. I'm not sure which it is here.
It's Eric.
It's probably me. I moved around a little
Okay.
bit. I'm back close to the computer again.
Okay. So now on that same understanding on Wave Sheaf Day, how's that going to affect us in relation to Shavuot? How are they connected there?
Well, you talk about that being a hog, I think it was what you call it, insofar as the resurrection of the first fruits. If the first fruits are good, then the harvest is good. And that's what this is saying. It gives me hope because it wasn't just Yeshua that was resurrected. It was men and women who believed in Yeshua. And they may have just died that year, or they could have been dead for 1,000 years. I'm not too sure who was resurrected because the scriptures are not specific about it. But men and women who believed in the type and the shadow of Yeshua. In other words, people may not have even known Yeshua, but they accepted the type and shadow of who Yeshua was, accepted the Father, accepted whatever God needed to justify them being resurrected as the ones that were in Abraham's bosom in the good part of Sheol down there.
Okay, so again, that was in the past. Now, how is that giving you hope for the future? Like, explain that.
Okay, because I see that there were people that had died, don't know, and they, I'm sure a lot of those people were just as many faults as I have. And the fact that they weren't perfect, they had faults and they passed before Yeshua came. God says, if you will do this, then I will do this. In other words, I don't know what they did individually, but I knew that they were born in sin and iniquity. That gives me hope that what God has promised, that I will redeem you and you will be with me forever, just like he did with the thief on the cross. I tell you today, and he says, you'll be with me in paradise. In other
And
words,
when's that going to take place?
well, when he returns. So the question is, when do you believe that
Well,
Yeshua is going
but
to return?
not just when he returns.
Mhm.
Okay, back up. You're talking about the agrarian festival of Wave Sheaf
You're
Day,
talking about the first fruits, going back to the first fruits then.
and you're talking about the first fruits of
Right.
Wave Sheaf Day. Now we're talking about
Right.
you. When's that going to take place? And it's not just when he comes back, it's on a specific holy day.
Right.
When's the
And
next Wave Sheaf Day?
well, that would be
Wave
Shavuot,
offering.
which, yeah, you would say Shavuot.
Yes. So you're going to be resurrected or changed at Shavuot, the next
Okay.
wave offering, right?
Okay. And yeah, that would be the hope. Now the question is, when does Shavuot come? And then it gives you a specific count. So the question is, that count started at first fruits, and now we begin a count, and God is keeping that count. Now we have to figure out what kind of count is God keeping, and not introduce our own counting, our own interject our own traditions to cover up what God really wants us to count from.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. So you're going to be changed on Wave Sheaf Day
Okay.
at some point in the near future, and before the 6th millennium or the 7th millennium begins. So sometime in the next 21 years, you will be changed if you're still alive.
Right. Either I'm
That's-
alive and I'm translated, or if I pass, if I die, I'll be resurrected. So that's the hope that I have in that.
That is how close we are. And that's pretty amazing. And the fact that you understand that, okay, so, and not just you, but you're explaining it so other people can understand it here. So
Right.
now you said that's all circular to Jehovah dwelling with us. Did I hear you say that?
Yeah. Yeah. Eventually he will dwell among us. In Revelation, it talks about that.
What holy day is that you're now talking about?
Well, that would be, if you want to call that Yom Teruah, different people have a different take on that. Will he descend with a shout, with the blowing of the shofar?
No, I wouldn't call it Yom Teruah,
Okay.
but you've beat around the bush on it. You said it. You've almost said it. Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
It happens not at the beginning of the 6th or the beginning of the 7th. It happens at the beginning of the 8th millennium.
Right. Okay.
So you've got an example already in Wave Sheaf Day, the 8th day, right? Sunday
Mhm.
is the 8th day of the week, and the first day of the week.
So you're talking about Sukkot, when he dwells, the 8th day of the Sukkot. Then you go back to that.
Well, no, Sukkot is a different feast altogether, but I'm talking about the 8th day that comes right after Sukkot.
Right after Sukkot. Right. Right.
Right. So
Yep.
the 8th day. So you got an 8th day with Wave Sheaf Day. There's the first example. The dead came back to life. Yeshua came out of the grave. These people ascended to heaven on that day. He led a host of captives. What is going on? Now we got the second 8th day of Shavuot. Again, the 8th day of the week, the 8th holy day after 7 Sabbaths. The 50th day is now holy. Oh, now that ties into the Jubilee year and the Shemitah year. Okay, how do they connect it? Well, the Jubilee year is connected there. Victoria, you want to say something?
No.
Okay. And then, so all these things are pointing at the 8th day feast.
Mm-hmm.
And when you combine them all together, again, you're understanding that the 8th millennium is about to begin. Death and Hades are thrown into the grave at the end of the 7th. Judgment, the great white throne judgment, has now taken place at the end of the 7th in preparation for the 8th day or the 8th millennium. The 7th day, the 7th great day, the feast the last great day of the feast represents the 7th millennium. That's 7 millennium. The feast of Sukkot represents 7 millennium. The feast of Sukkot represents the 40 years of wandering in the wilderness. The feast of Sukkot is the wedding. It's all
And each one of them has a connotation of him living with us. First time Yeshua came back from the dead, Wave Sheaf day, he went to the Father, which is the 8th day. It's being with the Father.
Okay,
That's
so now
what the eighth day is.
back that up, Glenn. What happened at Solomon when he made the prayer of dedication on the feast of dedication in 1 Kings 8? What happened?
That's when the cloud came down.
And
It
what
took over the whole thing.
Solomon prayed, he made the sacrifices, all those sacrifices he prayed. It's the feast of dedication, the 8th day feast. All of Israel's there. Solomon's praying. This cloud comes down on the temple at that time. He fills the temple. It's so full with him that all the priests have to leave. What's it telling you? It's the 8th day.
Yeah, he wants to dwell with us. And Shavuot is also a picture of that. Just because
he gave his Holy Spirit.
He gave the Holy Spirit, which is the Holy Spirit of God. Yes, it's come to dwell with us.
Which is his essence, which is the 10 Commandments tell you the essence of Yehovah. His
it's awesome.
purpose is to dwell. He wants, okay, I don't mean to be crude. He wants to get back into bed with us. He's tired of you sleeping on the couch. He wants you to come back into bed with him.
He wants to restore that relationship. He wants an intimate relationship again. Yeah.
Restore that.
Must be one.
Right.
Which he had with Adam and Eve before the fall.
Right.
The circular circuit is coming around. Like what you said, Eric, I love that you were hitting all the right notes. And I want to make sure that you're all singing that song.
So how do you see Yom Teruah? How do you see that being fulfilled when it says do you see that in Thessalonians where he blows the shofar, the sound of a trumpet, and descends with a shout? Do you see that being explained in Thessalonians?
Well, go back to Exodus 19.
Right.
He descended on Mount Sinai.
Right.
With the sound of a trumpet.
Trumpet, right. And then he answered him by voice.
Yeah, and what day was that on? Shavuot.
Right.
Okay, so that's the feast of Shavuot.
Right.
You're talking about Yom Teruah.
Right.
Yom Teruah is a time of judgment. Judgment, the 10 days of awe, the 10 days of repentance, of return.
It starts it. You're saying it starts it. I agree with that. But what do you see? How do you see Yeshua fulfilling that one is what I'm asking. What do you see Yeshua doing when it says, do you think Thessalonians is talking about he'll descend with a shout at the blowing of the shofar?
Read me Thessalonians there exactly, so I know what exactly you're talking about.
Okay, hold on. I'll look it up. You keep talking. I'll look it up for you. I'll find it.
Because the Yom Teruah, the Feast of Trumpets, is the beginning of judgment. He's going to judge. I also believe that that's when during that time, at the end of the tribulation, at the end of that 10 days of awe, that's when the saints will be changed and meet him in the cloud for the final 4 months. So, this is a huge stuff. That's what this next book is about. I'm getting bogged down again in another section of this. This book is just huge.
So can I clarify that real quick? What you're saying here? So you're saying Shavuot, the better resurrection, the saints are raised. They dwell with him for 4 months until he comes at trumpets for judgment. For the 10 days goes to atonement. Atonement is the end of that judgment.
He dwell with him in the final year of the 10 days of awe, or the final 10 years of awe, right? The final year, we dwell with him in the clouds for 4 months until he comes down and executes Satan or locks him away on the Day of Atonement at the end of the Great Tribulation.
Okay, that's what I thought too. I just wanted to be clear because a lot of people don't understand that chronology.
Okay, so
Yeah.
and
I
it's
found
important.
I found it in First Thessalonians. It's in First Thessalonians 4:13. So you want me to wait till you get there? You want me to go ahead and read it?
No, go ahead and read it.
Okay, so it says, but I do not want you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning those who have fallen asleep, lest you sorrow as others who have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so God will bring with him those who sleep in Jesus. For this we say to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive and remain until the coming of the Lord will by no means precede those who are asleep. For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God. And the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and thus we shall be with the Lord, be always with the Lord. Therefore comfort one another with these words. Where do you see that happening?
Shavuot.
So Shavuot, they also blow a shofar then too?
We'll go back to Mount Sinai.
Okay, so that basically you're attributing that. So then what happens on Yom Kippur when he blows the shofar or the trumpet there?
Okay, so the trumpet's there.
That's a battle cry. That's the battle cry for judgment.
Okay, so what I've just written in the book here, chapter 5 or 6, it's the blowing of the shofar. The shofar has a certain pattern that is blown during these 10 days of awe. And then at the end, there's some short blast and there's some then there's some
Tekiah, Teruah, and the Tekiah. I think there's 3
Gedola.
different types of blast. Yeah.
Then there's the
Yeah.
grand Tekiah Degoda,
Yeah. Right.
which is at
Right.
the very end.
Right.
So again, what does it? Oh, so the grand Gedola, what does that mean?
Judgment, is that the final one? The judgment day has come?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's Judgment Day. That's the end of Yom Kippur, right?
Right.
But up until then, there's all these other different ones. And so it represents our life. We got trials and tribulations, and then at the end, there's that one long, like when Shane did it today, that one long blast, everyone just goes quiet. Even though, I don't know, Shane might be out of tune or out of sync, we still get quiet and listen to it. But when you hear the beautiful note and it's the beautiful note, that beautiful tone, it's played. It's just surreal. It's just, I'm at peace. Wow, just listen. For that moment, just listen while they blow that note. Okay, so now that's one aspect of it. What's another aspect of it? On the day of Yom Kippur, in the Jubilee year, that note is blown, or that shofar is blown throughout all the land. What does that represent again? In the Jubilee year, it's already the 7th month of the Jubilee year. It's the 10th day of the 7th month of the Jubilee year. This grand Gedola is being sounded throughout all of Israel. It's a Jubilee year. What does that mean? We're all being brought, what?
Yep. Return.
We're all being brought back to our land. Okay, so now it's the Jubilee year. It's now the Jubilee year in the first year of the 8th millennium. What does that mean now?
Is it the gathering of all the saints or gathering of all the people back to Israel?
No. Well, okay, yes, but no. So remember what we just talked about, the 8th day, the 8th millennium.
Right.
And
Right.
Yehovah, his desire is to dwell with men.
Right.
You're going to be returned to your possession. What is your possession? It's not land.
It's God.
It's Jehovah, yeah.
Right. He's our inheritance. That's why we're called
Imagine-
priests.
Just imagine, okay? You've gone through this tribulation. You've been changed. You're still here on earth. We're going to dwell here on earth. You're now dwelling here on earth for the next millennium, the 7th millennium. And we got, we got Jerusalem set up. King David's here. We got the temples set up. Everything's set up. We've got our jobs. Eric and Brian get to serve in the temple, not at the same time as Joe, so we don't fight. So we get to serve at the temple during our 1 week or 2 weeks during the year. And we're doing that for the next millennium. We get to do our little projects, get to study the stars in depth. Kurt gets to look at the stars for 100 years without being interrupted and distracted. And he gets all the other input from Isaiah.
Yay!
We get to do, we get to explore the Pythagoras theorem and pi and phi and see what that really means and expand that out and do all we get to do that uninterrupted. And now at the very end, we get to hug Yehovah. We get to return to what Adam and Eve had before sin entered the world. Satan has now been destroyed. He's gone. He's just a vapor. It's gone. Memory is going to be forgotten. But now we get to hug Yehovah. That's what the final shofar blast represents on Yom Kippur in the 50th year. That's when Satan's going to be destroyed, the year before, or a few years before, on Yom Kippur. But now we get to see who paid our sins. The goat that died for us, Yehovah. That's the climax of all these things, that time in the 8th millennium. So the shofar blast starting at Yom Teruah are the 10 days of trumpets, the 10 days of what we call the book of Revelation, the trumpet plagues. They're starting, and I believe they're starting in 2024. They're starting this fall. It's starting. We are at that time when this stuff is about to start taking place. We need to know the holy days. We need to know what all this stuff represents. We need to understand that. So I get excited and I hear Eric talking about this stuff and knowing what he's talking about. And I get excited when you guys all do this, because it was just 15 years ago, nobody had a clue. They didn't know what the 8th day represented. We still thought you were going to be changed in the twinkling of an eye on the day of trumpets, the Feast of Trumpets.
What's interesting is how boldly it's in our face and we didn't see it. That's what blows my mind. And there's a lot more of that.
But Glenn, you can look back and know back in your Worldwide Church of God days when you were keeping the holy days, but you didn't understand what you understand now.
Oh, absolutely not. And I still think that there's a lot of voids there for the rest of the world.
There's still more to come.
Even those, yeah.
Yeah, but we know there's more to come, and we're looking for them, and we're not thinking that we are, okay, this is as far as we have to go. That's it. I'm planting my butt in this pew. That's it. There's no more after this. We know that is wrong, right?
There's so much more waiting to be revealed. And the only way we're going to find it is if we keep digging
in his word.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Eric, I've gone way overboard. Did we cover everything we got?
Yeah, I think we covered it all. And the only point I was going to make at the very end there is eventually the sun and the moon is done away with, and it's going to be light forever. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we keep the Moedim after that point when God is among his people and he illuminates the entire universe and he's here on earth with us. So that's why I was saying, I think in Yehovah perpetually, we'll be keeping the feast in him perpetually because we're in his presence. He is the source of all these feasts. All the feasts are all combined in him.
Yeah, I've got a similar question when we're rejuvenating Alpha Centauri or Pluto. we don't have the moon going around us then. How are we gonna do that? I don't have a clue.
Right, right. I just think at that point, time stops. We don't have night anymore. We don't have days anymore. It's like it's illuminated, and I don't know what kind of brightness
Well,
it's gonna be.
there's no death. So if there's
Yeah.
no death,
There's
no
no sin.
deterioration.
There's no
Exactly.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see, my brain isn't big enough to comprehend that yet, so
It's
I
almost like time, either you want to call it time freezes or time is eternity. Time is irrelevant at that point. Time is no longer existent, is the way I look at it.
yeah, okay, I can't. My brain works.
Yeah.
I got nothing. Sorry. I still got
Anyway.
1,000 years to go yet.
Yeah. All right. That was it.
Okay.
That's all I was trying to say.
Thanks, Eric.
Okay, no problem.
Sarkis, thanks for waiting, Sarkis. Have you forgot what you were even talking about?
No, I made notes. I don't forget it. It's been a struggle here for me this last few weeks. I mean, my wife gave me a chance to go to Israel a few weeks ago on my birthday. I said, no, I'm going to
And?
South City.
You said no?
I said, no.
You're just as bad as me, man.
No, well, there are circumstances. I prefer to do it, but he has his own timing. So this is what I wanted to say. One is, a lot of people forget that Israel is one of the nations in the world that has all the climates of the world. Okay, we can have a climate of equator all the way to snow. Well, so I mean, where you can get tropical fruit grown off season in Israel, and then go ski the same day in Mount Hermon. So a lot of people don't understand that. And so when you have a varied climate, it's no longer about where you find barley. Or when you find the barley is where you'll find it, because we have all climate there. It's a place that Yehovah God has blessed it in a way that's unique. And so looking at that, I think some cultural issues or traditions is interfering in understanding how we go get our first Omer. And that is, the priests from the temple, they don't have to go there. They can set it up a few days before to pick it up and bring it the first thing in the morning from anywhere in Israel. So we're putting restrictions, we're putting blocks in terms of how the priests operated. Yeah, Takanot.
You're exactly right.
So I think that's the problem, is we allow our church or Judaism or any culture, it doesn't matter, or religion or denomination, restrict the word of God, how it's supposed to demonstrate to us. And that's one thing I will always argue for, because Mark 7, Yeshua says to the Pharisees that, hey, the teachings of the elders and traditions of men are making the word of God void, and you're voiding the word of God. And so traditions are good. Nothing wrong with the teachings of men, as long as we don't allow it to blind us from seeing the truth. We need to be wise in how we allow traditions, and cultures influence the word of God. That's one. The other thing is, I think we're forgetting the focus. It's not us as a group here, but as a whole new movement. Is the reason you and others started looking at the barley is to remind people, get back to the word and trust Yehovah to demonstrate when is his calendar. It's not about when we're a tradition of saying, okay, this is when we celebrate the feast days, and if you go against it, we're going to go against you, or we're going to rebel against you. It has nothing to do with that. And it's about realigning ourselves with him. And the end times, truth will be revealed and knowledge will increase. And it's so important that we'll refocus and say, okay, Yehovah, what are you trying to teach us here? And how can we realign ourselves with you? Because that's what it's all about, realigning ourselves with him. And the more we realign ourselves with him, the more the truth will be revealed to us with scripture, in scripture. One thing I've been learning, when the more I peel my onion layers of traditions and customs and things that I was taught, I was growing up as a believer, as a Christian, I realize the truth is right in front of me in the scripture, and it's so clear. And I said, how come I didn't see it? And that's where we need to be. We need to be willing to peel those onion layers so that we can see the truth in its plain, simple method. And so those are the two things I wanted to say. But at the same time, I have two other points. One is, if we are so concerned about the barley, now I was looking for two witnesses, but I'm looking at the weather as well, going back and looking at the weather in Beersheba, looking weather up north and different places. If we're diligent, we can find what's going on and recognize based on the rain, the amount of rain, when it rained, in terms of which month, October, November, December, January, February. And then you look at the temperatures, then you can deduce that you will find barley. There are ways to do that. I prefer. Go ahead.
Just on that note, you've been telling me for a number of years when the Passover is going to be, and I haven't believed you. But you've been right almost every time, right?
Yeah, you have to see it to believe it.
Yeah. So I think you told me. I think you told me this year there wasn't going to be an 8-hour bet, and there's got to be. There's got to be, right? And here we are again.
Yes, we are. The thing is, we're right now running into a cultural misunderstanding. I don't want to say negative words to create friction, in as much as we have cultural misunderstanding of how to apply the truth, and as a result, it's creating a lot of pressures that is not needed, because those pressures cause people who have the truth to compromise, and Yehovah doesn't want us to do that. And when one person compromises that as a witness, affects everybody else who's seeking the truth. And so people don't understand, if you cause somebody else to compromise based on peer pressure or cultural pressure, then what happens is you're causing other people to sin. And
let me jump in there. What most of you don't realize is the negative comments that some of you put up, they do affect us. We say they don't, but they do. And whether it's hurt or pissed off, they affect us. Instead of the encouragement that we get from very few people, or the appreciation that what we're doing we get from a very few people, there's far too much coming from the brethren that's accusatorial or negative. And you need to be careful of that, because it does affect those who are doing this work. We read your comments, we read the things you say, we read the idiots. We should, if I publish the idiots report, I would probably shame too many people, but they do have an effect. If you don't have Devorah, if you don't have Joel, if you don't have Becca, if you don't have me or anybody doing this, what do you have? You're back at square one. But you do have people doing it, and you need to be appreciative of that and thank them for it, even if you disagree with them. Thank them that they're doing the report. Look at what they report, then judge based on their report, but stop the fighting because you don't like that person personally. That's such a shame. Anyway, sorry, Sarkis, carry on. I cut you off there, but you know,
No, you're doing fine.
people's words affect those that are doing this work that we depend on.
And I think we need to look at it as we're trying to learn the truth as we're walking this path that is very difficult. We're going against the tide. We're going like a small fish against a large school of fish that we can be eaten up. But and it's not negative, but at the same time, the struggle we go through because we're losing our friends, we're losing our family members, we're losing our reputation because we've chosen to walk a different path. And now when we add this another conflict, I struggle when I go to other Passover or Shabbat or Sukkot, just to fellowship with people. And when they ask me how was what you're doing, and I just like, I don't want to say about it, but then they know I practice what I believe in terms of, we were in first Passover, and that starts to create division. And I'm very careful not to say unless they're asked. And when the right timing, I will plant the seed by asking questions.
But it's important, and that's why we've gone over what we've done today. It's important for you to be solid in your understanding.
Yep.
So that you understand where other people are at. You understand, okay, they're only at level 3. Okay, they're only at level 5. You've got to be able to explain, if asked, how to get to the next level. And that's why we do what we do here. Hopefully that's what we're trying to do.
And the other thing, Joe, is there's a lot of pride when we go on town. We celebrate first Passover, you're 30 days behind, and it hurts people, it hurts the relationships, and it cuts us off easy. But we need to learn how to ask the right questions. And that's what I do. I ask a lot of questions so that I make him think, then why are you celebrating this? Based on what? I let him think. And then if they ask me, I said, look, the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the scripture. Traditions are okay, but at some point, once we have the scripture in front of us, it's time to be obedient. It's all about obedience. It's not about following traditions. And people start to learn to appreciate that when we position ourselves in a way, being humble, but at the same time, be willing to come alongside the other person without beating them up. But the last thing I want to say is, for me, our family, it's been a struggle celebrating the early feast days. We know it's the right thing to do, but when we associate with other friends who are keeping the regular days, it's like we're celebrating twice. We have to take time off twice, and it's been difficult. It's not easy. This walk has been extremely difficult. And
welcome to the club.
So I just want to say, keep it up, guys. But this is a learning process for us.
Yep. For all of us. We're not done yet. None of us are.
That's it.
Thank you, Sarkis.
One thing. I think, and I was just talking with my wife earlier, the reason we keep the barley to identify when the year starts with the new moon is it's important to remind people that, remind ourselves and people around us, that what's important is which we did this with Eric earlier, is because that is when we're looking forward for his second coming. And that we're looking forward when the Shavuot coming for we have a wave offering of the 2 loaves for Shavuot. That's our coming resurrection. And a lot of people don't understand those, that we have the first fruit is the first resurrection, and then of Yeshua and the first fruit of the old saints. But at his second coming, there's a resurrection, which is the feast of Shavuot, of the offering of the loaf, the 2 loaves, and that's the wheat harvest.
And
And
the only way you can know that
Mhm,
is by doing it.
exactly. And then, the third one is Sukkot, the fruit, harvest of the fruit and nuts. That's where I come from here, California.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why it's
Okay.
important we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarkis. Somber, go ahead.
This subject about who we should be following. And I said this to you the other day on the phone, and you said, no, we have too many new people. But it's true. Even the children of Israel were new people when they came to the base of the mountain, and they agreed verbally to what Yehovah was proposing to them, that said, yes, everything you have said we will do. But then when Moses is going up the mountain, they said, you speak to him because we're afraid of him. So they put a chaperone in between themselves, in between the bride and the groom. They put a chaperone there because the bride was afraid of the groom. We are, what is it, 3,000 years since Mount Sinai. We know that what comes is Yeshua. We don't know the end of the story yet because we haven't lived through it. We're not looking back on it. But we know because we're close enough. And Yeshua is our bridegroom, and we're not to be afraid of him. And so we have this testimony of the barley that is Aviv. And we have other testimonies of people saying that the barley isn't Aviv. And if we don't know what to do because we've got this and that and this and that, and it's confusing to us, all we have to do is take it to our bridegroom. We don't need a chaperone. What we need to do is we need to take this testimony and turn to our Abba Father, our bridegroom, our high priest, and say, I've got these 2 testimonies. I don't really know what to do. Help me because you're the judge. And I want to listen to what you're telling me to do. I have those testimonies. What do I do? We have that ability. We can take it in prayer.
And that's exactly what I did when I
Yeah.
first was struggling with in 2005. The new moon was brand spanking new. I'd never heard of it before. We were still on the Hillel calendar in the Churches of God. And I couldn't figure it out. I had 30 articles, both using the same scriptures, 34 and 30 against. And I said, I don't know what up here. And I went and took it to him in prayer.
Yeah.
Guess what? I couldn't believe it. Within a couple of days, I got my answer. And it was so obvious. So how can you not see this?
Right.
And that's when I started telling everyone about the Yom Teruah, the day no one knows the day or the hour for. It's so obvious. But back then, nobody knew that. So that was my answer. And yes, he will answer your prayers.
Even the new people.
Not the new people.
Yes. Even the new people.
Yeah.
The thing is, where are they going to put their trust, right? And teachers are good. Hey, I'm teaching too, right? But teachers are good. We need teachers. But we don't need teachers to be our authority. We need teachers to teach us how to look at things from different sides. Like you said, be thankful for Devorah. Be thankful for Abib of God. Why? Because they bring up a subject that we actually have to think about, and we have to parse through it, and we have to figure it out, and we have to work through all those words. And like you said, the chiastic structure, what's it focusing on? It's focusing on the sickle. And you have to count from when you put the sickle to the grain. So no, you can't take it 3 days earlier and then bring it, because you're counting from when you put the sickle to the grain. You're counting 50 days from then. And it's like saying, if I'm taking the sickle to the grain today, and this is my first fruit that's in my hand now, If I do this before I've even put Jesus on the cross, before I've even celebrated the Passover, I can't do the cut on the 4th of Nisan. That's like having a first fruit, a resurrection before I've even put Jesus on the cross. It doesn't make any sense. But we have Jesus stories now that we can figure these things out. We can find the balance now.
Yeah, but see, you're using Yeshua, whereas the Karaites won't,
I understand that.
right? So, you know, you got to argue oranges with oranges here. And that's what
They
you have
still only have to worry about the Wave Sheaf Day is when they need it. So
Yeah.
it can't be cut before that because the prohibition is not to put the grain sickle to the grain until Wave Sheaf Day. So that's the day it starts. It doesn't make, I don't see how they can see it any other way. If you put the
Well-
knife to it, it's the day.
Again, but I think Sarkis mentioned it. There's a lot of pulls here.
Yep.
For family, to keep the feast with family who are keeping the Hillel calendar a month later. And if we can sync this up so we're keeping both together, then that's a good year. But when we go with what we're now doing with the barley being Aviv, the very first Aviv, man, that's almost like a guarantee we'll never be able to have the feast with our Jewish brethren again.
Well, the other thing I saw when Becca was talking about how the first germination was coming up and the second germination came up and it's taller. You know, if you're going to go put your sickle to that, it's hidden, right? It's hidden way down here. But that's the thing. We are hidden, right? Aren't we supposed to be hidden? We're the remnant. Aren't we supposed to be hidden?
Well, she had originally said that, and there was a lot of ifs, was if the field that was last year now that cannot be used because it's been
Tilled over.
Tilled over, infiltrated with fruit trees, etc. But there are sections that are still yielding barley, but not large enough to be an omer. And because it's been infiltrated with this movement, it doesn't qualify any longer. And the same thing applied to the one before, the year before, I think it was 2 years ago. Now that field is gone, but she said, again, if those fields would have been ripe right now, that was her conjecture, was that
Right.
if they were still around, they would be ripe right now.
Right.
So these things we have to all keep into consideration and weigh them individually ourselves right now, because we don't have a leader, I put air quotes up, for the unity of all the brethren. That'll come, but we just have to do it the right way. And like you said, use the right words, don't hurt anybody, and educate. I think it is kind of a good idea to do both if you can. If you want to be with your brethren, you know, go. What the heck? You're going to learn something. They're going to learn something. You'll be with them. You'll get what you want from being together.
Is there a commandment
see-
says you can't do both?
Exactly.
But make sure you
Exactly.
do
If
the
you
right
can
one.
afford to do it, do it. You know, and it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take the day off either. If you've already taken it, you're convicted with this one, but you want to be with brethren on the next one, well, do it. But you don't have to take the day off. You know, I don't know. You have to figure it out amongst yourselves, but it's not commanded at that point because you've already done it.
Yep. Okay, Ella, go ahead.
Okay, got, I think, 2 or 3 comments and then a possible question that may be answered. I know many are concerned about the fact that maybe we won't have the internet. You know, if that gets taken away from us, then we don't know what's going on in Israel. And the comment that I made was, at this point, I can look around me and I feel like this is the right season, this is the right month. I can look around me and see my trees are blooming. They're spitting little red buds out everywhere. The grass is greening. The flowers are blooming. I can look around and see what is in my area in this season that would remind me that this is the right season. Of course, I'm going to keep.
I just got 3 feet of snow here in Toronto, and I would say It shouldn't be for another month.
Okay, well, you just look around and see, maybe next year you'll have the same situation. I don't know. I'm just saying everybody in their area can look and see the potential of what you are experiencing right now in the season that is right in Israel. And maybe from that we can judge that, yes, this is the right season. I'm not, if I don't have the internet, I don't know what's going on there. And that's a concern, I think, of many people. How am I going to know if I don't have the internet, if I don't have phone, if I can't contact anybody in Israel and say, hey, is it barley of Eve? So I'm just saying, if I keep the new moons, and again, there I might be off a day. If I don't have a contact with Israel, I can know it's either 29th or 30th day. So I can keep every one of the new months from now until next year. But the question would be, if I'm right on those months and I come to this season again next year and I have no contact with Israel, with Becca, with anybody that can tell me the barley is of Eve, then how am I going to know to begin that year? And part of my question would be, how would I know to begin the year? But as Sombra has said, if I've kept the months, then I can say before the Father, okay, I don't know, is this the right month? Am I on the right time? You will have to show me if the barley is of Eve. If it is time to go, then you have to show me. You have a better answer to how will we know if we don't have internet or contact with Israel to see when the barley is of Eve.
Okay. Thank you. Ella? Sarkis?
Yeah, the thing about celebrating 2 feast days, you have to be called to do that and have a clear conscience about it, because we take time off to honor our friends so that we don't cause them to stumble, that we're working on the high holy day. And that's our calling, because we want to respect our friends, and that way we're not a stumbling block to them either. It's important that until they have conviction, we don't cause our brethren to sin, even though they might be on their own calendar, but they don't have that understanding yet. And so we really need to love them and respect them and honor them. And, I could afford to take time off. I do that. And our family does that. So it's a struggle, but it's important when we show respect to our friends and to our other brethren who are keeping the other calendar, we can gain them on our side easier, because we are not offending them, but we are honoring them and respecting them. And that's where we have to learn. I mean, for me, it's difficult. It was very difficult. And I start learning that if I offend my brother, then I don't have his ears. But if I honor him and show respect, and we have those discussions, they'll learn to respect me, and they'll start asking questions, and then I can show them the truth in love. And that's important, that we need to do that, because division will always create hatred. But if we are walking with Yehovah, that division is demonstrated with love, it will gain them over. And that's my philosophy.
Okay.
I just want to add to that. And I want to be careful, because I don't want people to think that unity at the cost of truth is okay. And I know that Sarkis is not saying that, but unity is good, but not at the cost of the truth. And so it's important that you be convicted to the truth that you know, and stick with that. I don't follow anyone. I follow him as he portrays to me what I believe to be the truth, what he's given me as truth. So I process that, and knowing the Torah helps me make the proper judgments, at least from my perspective. That's what I see. So, and everybody has his own perspective, and you have to appreciate that and respect that, absolutely. But we have to be careful to say, And I don't think I think it was touched on, but I don't think it was said that unity for the sake of truth is okay. I'll yield with that. Thanks.
Okay, I want to move on to the next thing here. And I was supposed to do this at the beginning, but I messed up, so I apologize. And I'm going to share my screen. And oops, that's not what I wanted. Stop share. I want this. Now share. Ella, go ahead. I see your hand there now.
Okay, just can you or anybody explain or tell me or answer how can we tell without an internet what's going on? And I see that Janet has posted something about copying, and I've been wondering about this, the new moon calendar or new moon from 20, whatever it was that she had, till now. I'm wondering, is there a rhyme or reason to the 29 and 30 days that we could judge by, over a period of time that, every so often you got 30 days, every so often you got 29. But my question still is, if we don't have contact with Israel, how do we know?
I think we're worrying about stuff that hasn't happened, possibly could happen, but it's, we're all going to be in different situations when it does happen. We could worry about whether the sun's going to stop giving its light, or we could worry about, there's a lot of different things. I'm just not there yet. I've got people in Israel right now. I got telephones and I got internet. You got Yehovah as a prayer line, and you need to, okay, where are you? Start keeping track of where you are now. And then when it does happen, you're going to have a better idea of how to move forward. But until then, we can speculate till the cows come home. We're not going to have an answer. So let's move on. I want to let everyone know that we have now completed the third tithe year. And at the end of the third tithe year, there's a blessing for those who kept it for you to read. And I put it in the newsletter. I want to read it now out loud with you. I believe it's, it'll be the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. I hope I got the right one. Deuteronomy 26, verse 1. And it shall be, when you come into the land which Jehovah your God gives you for an inheritance, and possess it, and live in it, you shall take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which you shall bring to your bring of your land that Jehovah your God gives you, and you shall put it in a basket, and shall go to the place which Jehovah your God shall choose, a place to place his name there. And you shall go to the priest in those days and say to him, I profess today to Jehovah your God that I have come into the land which Jehovah swore to our fathers to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand and set it down before the altar of Jehovah your God. And you shall speak and say before Jehovah your God, my father was a Syrian, ready to perish. And he went down to Egypt and stayed there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and many. And the Egyptians ill-treated us and afflicted us and laid hard bondage on us. And when we cried to Jehovah, the God of our fathers, Jehovah heard our voice and looked on our afflictions and our labor and our oppression. And Jehovah brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with fearful might and with miracles and with wonders. And he has brought us into this place and has given us this land, a land that flows with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land which you, O Jehovah, have given me. And you shall set it before Jehovah your God and worship before Jehovah your God. And you shall rejoice in all the good which Jehovah your God has given to you and to your house, you and the Levite and the stranger in your midst. When you have made an end of tithing of the tithes of your increase the 3rd year, the year of tithing, and have given it to the Levite, the stranger and the fatherless, and the widow, and that they may eat inside your gates and be filled. Then you shall say before Jehovah your God, I have brought away the holy things out of my house, and also have given them to the Levite and to the stranger, to the fatherless and to the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not broken your commandments, neither have I forgotten. I have not eaten of it in my mourning, neither have I put any of it away for unclean use, nor have I given of it for the dead. I have listened to the voice of Jehovah my God, and have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy dwelling from heaven, and bless your people Israel, and the land which you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey. Today, Jehovah, your God, has commanded you to do these statutes and judgments. You therefore shall keep and do them, and with all your heart and with all your soul. You have today said that Jehovah is your God, and that you would walk in his ways and keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments and listen to his voice. And Jehovah has taken you today to be his peculiar people, as he has promised you, and to keep all his commandments, and to make you high above all nations which he has made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that you may be a holy people to Jehovah your God, even as he has spoken. Many of you, and I hope all of you, have kept the 3rd tithe year this year. And we've needed some people to be widows in order for us to be able to keep that law. And I thank them for allowing us to serve them this way. But we have kept this law this year, and we have demonstrated that to Jehovah that we want to be a part of his kingdom, not just by showing up for Shabbat, not just by keeping the holy days, but in everything that we do, we want to obey him. And for that reason, I thank you, all of you, for doing that this year with me, so that we can demonstrate to Jehovah that we want to be a nation under him. And this is the blessing that we have now been able to say out loud together. So thank you. And I thank the widows for their part. I thank all of you for your part in making this possible. Thank you. And now I pray Jehovah bless each one of you, each and every one who gave a little or who gave a lot, to bless you in the years going forward, to watch over us, to keep us safe, to protect us from what is coming. This was a big test year. So is the Shemitah year, another test year. We are constantly being tested, and I pray Jehovah will bless us as we rise to each of these tests and succeed in obeying him, and to correct us gently when we fail. So I ask his blessing upon each and every one of you, and I thank you all in the name of Jehovah. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. It's 4:30. Steve, go ahead.
I've been doing tithing to a widow, right? And I'm just wondering, am I obliged still to keep tithing her on as it's the next year or not?
That is up to you, sir. She is still a widow in the next year. They are still going to have their needs, and they're still going to be needing help. Don't turn your back on them just because the year's over. It's part of our community. So there's a little trick in keeping the 3rd tithe year. I think you just discovered it. It goes on every year.
Exactly. Just keep doing it. Even if you got to divide it, just divide it yearly, and you're taking care of them better than having a lump sum every 3 years that they now have to deal with, trying to spread out.
Okay, so it's 4:30. Let's see if we can get part of the Torah portion read today. I forgot what we're doing. What is the first numbers for numbers what?
Numbers 15.
Numbers 15.
We have Daniel 1, 2, and 3, and Romans 4 and 5.
And we're going to assume that we're going to have 6 readers.
Numbers 15. Who's first one to read that one?
Before we do that, I'm going to do the blessing.
Thank you, Sombra.
Thank you, Sombra.
Okay. And Shauna, are you here? I just saw you type. Are you here to read? I'm going to bless her anyhow. Okay. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Shauna, Kurt, Sombra, Glenn, Shauna, and Randy. Because they have come up to raise the Torah, and because they have come to re-rule the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor. Together with all Israel, their brethren, now let us respond, Amen.
Amen.
Amen. You ready for Numbers 15, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get it. And Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when you have come into the land of your dwelling places, which I give to you, and will make an offering by fire to Yehovah, a burnt offering or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or in a free will offering, or in your solemn feast, to make a sweet savor to Yehovah from the herd or from the flock. Then he who offers his offering to Yehovah shall bring a food offering of 1/10 part of flour mixed with the 1/4 of a hin of oil, and the 1/4 of a hin of wine for a drink offering shall you prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice for one lamb. Or for a ram, you shall prepare a food offering, 2/10 part of flour mixed with the 1/3 of a hin of oil. And for a drink offering, you shall offer a 1/3 of a hin of wine for a sweet savor to Yehovah. And when you prepare a bull, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice in performing a vow, or peace offerings to Yehovah, then he shall bring with the bull a food offering of 3/10 part of flour mixed with 1/2 a hin of oil. And you shall, just lost my spot. And you shall bring for a drink offering 1/2 a hin of wine, an offering made by fire of sweet savor to Yehovah. So it shall be done for one bull, or for one ram, or for a lamb or a kid, according to the number that you shall prepare, so you shall do to everyone according to their number. All that are born of the country shall do these things in this way, in offering an offering made by fire of a sweet savor to Yehovah. And if a stranger stays with you, or whoever is among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire of a sweet savor to Yehovah, as you do, so he shall do. One ordinance for you of the congregation, and also for the stranger that resides with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As you are, so the stranger shall be before Yehovah. One law and one way shall be for you and for the stranger that lives with you. And Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the sons of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land where I bring you, Then it shall be that when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall offer up a heave offering to Yehovah. You shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough, a heave offering, as the heave offering of the threshing floor, so ye shall lift up. Of the first of your dough you shall give to Yehovah a heave offering in your generations. 22. And if you have erred and have not done all these commandments which Yehovah has spoken to Moses, all that Yehovah has commanded you by the hand of Moses from the day that Yehovah commanded and onward in your generations, then it shall be, if it is committed by ignorance, without the knowledge of the congregation, all the congregation shall offer up one young bull for a burnt offering and for a sweet savor to Yehovah, with its food offering and its drink offering according to the ordinance, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the sons of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it is ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire to Yehovah, and their sin offering before Yehovah for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the sons of Israel and the stranger that lives among them, since all the people were in ignorance. And if one soul sins through ignorance, then he shall bring a female goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul when he sins through error before Yehovah, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And you shall have one law for him who acts through ignorance. For him, this is native among the sons of Israel, and for the alien that resides among them. But the soul who acts with a high hand, whether of the native or of the alien, the same blasphemes Yehovah, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised, that's hard to say, the word of Yehovah, and has broken his commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. And while the sons of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. And they put him under guard, because it had not been clearly said what should be done to him. And Yehovah said to Moses, the man shall be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp. And the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones. And he died, even as Yehovah commanded Moses. Let some people in here. And Yehovah said to Moses, speak to the sons of Israel and command them that they make fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put on the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. And it shall be to you for a fringe, that you may look upon it and remember all the commands of Yehovah and do them, so that you do not seek after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you prostitute yourself, that you may remember and do all my commands and be holy to your God. I am Yehovah, your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am Yehovah, your God.
Thank you, Randy. Somber, go ahead.
I nearly wanted to turn on my mic as Randy was reading that last night. It says, I am Yehovah your God, like we do during the prayers. We all say it together. But what I wanted to talk about was, I guess around verse 17, it says, Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land which I bring you, and when you eat of the bread of your land, you shall present a contribution to Yehovah. Of the first of your dough, you shall present a loaf as a contribution, like a contribution from the threshing floor, and so shall you present it. So I'm asking all the ladies, first of all, are you baking challah on Shabbat? And if you are baking challah on Shabbat, are you taking a little piece of that loaf and offering it as a burnt offering? I have all these little lumps of dough sitting in the bottom of my oven, which I have to clean out for Passover. With all these little black lumps of dough sitting in the bottom of my oven, because they are my contribution. The first of my dough is my contribution.
Is that what I smelled last night that I thought was on fire in your kitchen?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Might have been, but no.
That's it?
No, I guess we have no women in our congregation making challah every Shabbat.
Or trying to catch their stove on fire?
Well, if you have those in the bottom of your oven, just remember to clean them out for Passover.
Okay. Scott or Shauna?
This is Scott for Randy. Randy, you were just reading about what Yehovah was saying to the people and the penalties for disobeying. And you were standing on the top of Mount Sinai. I want to know how that makes you feel. Or it's what it's bound to have an impression when you were there where Yehovah was giving out these commands.
Yeah, you only known one person went up there into the fire. So yeah, you had to feel like you were Moses up there talking to him face to face, meeting with him. So it was an extreme honor, no doubt about it. Everywhere you looked was black. So you know he was there. You know he was there. So, and you can see where it was separated, and you couldn't scratch the rocks. It's to me still a holy place. And if you don't go there with any kind of reverence of the commandments that he shouted from that very spot, then what are you even doing there? So humbling for sure, brother.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to touch on, because I know that, you really feel the prompting of the Spirit. And I wanted to just share with you the profoundness of that, what you were reading and the fact that you were standing there. Awesome.
And it's just, don't want it to be a one-time thing. That's for sure. That's not my intent at all. Even though if that's all I ever get, then praise Yehovah for the feeling that I still have because of that. But no, absolutely, it's his house, it's his rock, it's his mountain, and I want to make him famous. So let's go climb it.
Yep. Thank you.
Brian.
Yeah, I got a question and a comment. First for you, Joe, it says right there in 37, 38, 39, and you shall make a tassel, the corners of your garments with a blue thread. Do you wear the seats?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Good. I think what I find interesting on verse 39 is that it says, and you shall have the tassel that you make, that you look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them. And I think there's a lot of things in this chapter, but that one particular verse right there to see it, to look upon it, to remember it, and to do it. And that's just not about the tassels, to look upon it, remember, and do it. But I think we need to apply that no matter whenever we read scripture. Like I've said in the past, how does that apply to scripture back then? How does it apply to us in the future? And how does it apply to us now? Whenever we look upon scripture, we should look upon it, remember, and then act upon it, not just read it and put it on a shelf and say, that was really good. I need to remember that. But the final part of that is to do it. It's to act upon what we've learned, to walk out our salvation with fear and trembling, and to lead and teach others to do likewise in the name of Yehovah, to actually put into practice what we've learned. Practice what you preach. Well, my mom always used to tell me, practice what you preach. And if we're out there preaching to others, we should practice it and be obedient to what he has shown us. So verse 39 really stands out. Look upon it, remember it, and do it. The do it part really gets me. That's all I gotta say.
I was in this mall the other day talking to a man about teaching computer stuff to my son. And, you know, when you're not even thinking about it, it's really cool because here I am, I'm wearing my jacket, I'm wearing my jeans, my jacket's zipped open, but I'm talking to this man. And suddenly he says, oh, are those, what? See? I said, oh, tzitzit. And he says, yeah. He goes, we learned about them in church on Sunday. So it's a testimony.
Yeah, I call them fishing lures.
Yep.
They work. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, that one part about being cut off, I always associate that whenever I hear something like that. In Isaiah 53:7, it says that he was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He was led as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before its shearer is silent. So he opened not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who would declare his generation? For he was cut off from the land of the living. For the transgression of my people he was stricken. And they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death, because he had done no violence, nor was any deceit in his mouth. And if you think about it, Yeshua would have lived forever because he had no sin. And he was cut off from eternity to cover all the sins of the people that would intentionally break his law. And you'll notice right after he stipulates, if you do it presumptuously and you do it with a bad attitude, in other words, you do it to where you intentionally break the law. Right after that's stated, they find a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath. And then basically, you don't hear why God makes this decision, but if the law before it says if someone presumptuously sins, the penalty will be death and he'll be cut off. And this one right here was a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath. And ultimately, God makes the decision to end this person's life, cut him off from the living. So it's interesting where he is willing to, one of the sacrifices that he paid for was the people that should have been cut off that weren't, and the fact that we have sinned that would cause us to be cut off from eternity. He basically paid the price to where now we have the ability to enter into eternity with him, because he paid the price for the sins we might have committed either ignorantly or presumptuously. So he also, that's one of the aspects that I admire about what Yeshua did for us, how God paid that price through his death and him being crucified where he shouldn't have been touched at all because he didn't break any of God's laws. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay. And I'm seeing double Kurt up here today. Okay, and after Kurt, we're going to start into Daniel and start reading there.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't figured out how to get two different ones on. But I'll figure it out someday. Don't worry. I want to comment about the fringes. First, the word fringes. One of its meanings is a forelock of hair. So, sounds like to me somebody with long hair might cut a chunk off and use it, put a blue thread in it, wrap it up with a blue thread maybe, and call that their fringe, is what I get out of it now. But I want to say that the fringes, it says for you, right? And I had a go around with somebody about this just the other day. My comment is that it's actually not for myself. The ones I wear, yeah, they're for me because I get to see them when I put them on. But after I put them on, I don't really see them. Not that much. But I see somebody else's. And the reason I'm going to bring this up is it's for us men that when we, let's say you see a fine example of God's creative powers exhibited in the female form, you might have some thoughts go through your mind, appreciating, that bit of creation. If she happens to be wearing tzitzits, you're going to get reminded, oh, that's my sister. That's my sister. Isn't my sister lovely? I think they're for the people that see them, not just yourself, right? That might straighten you out. And you are right in saying that it's a fishing tool, and it worked, and sure, it was a female involved, but I saw a woman come into a room, into a UCG peace site, and she's wearing her tzitzits, and immediately that's what I saw, is tzitzits, and that's cool. I need to meet this person. What's up with this person? It wasn't a attraction. It was just, those are tzitzits. I wear tzitzits. That's my sister. I need to meet her, and we proceeded to get to know each other a little bit, her and her family. It was great. So wear your tzitzits so others can see them. Not hidden, but in the open, so others can see them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
All
you
the
can
women
wear
in my
very
church wear them.
What's
Both
that?
men and women in my church wear them.
Yeah.
And then you can make them, Peachy, show yours. Okay, so show where the knots are. So you can make them very simple, like Peachy did, or you can make them a little on the wild side like mine. It depends on what tradition you want to go with. If you want to go with the traditions of others, you can make it so the knots say 10, 5, 6, 5, which is the Yod He Vav He. There's another one which is 11, 5, 7, 9 or something like that, and I think that's for Adonai. But then there's a tradition that goes with the Karaites, and then you can just go with the wild and crazy somber tradition, which is anything goes. It's a tzitzit, it's a tassel, it's colorful, it's wild, and it's got blue in it.
Yeah, I think there's the one 13, 11, 7, and 8, something like that.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that one has to do with the 613 commandments, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Eric.
I don't know if you watched it or not yet, but I don't know if you ever watched The Chosen. It's kind of interesting, but you don't make these tzitzit long enough to where they drag on the ground. I don't think you want to make them that long, but some of the Orthodox do that. That's kind of, I don't know that I'd be dragging the tzitzit along the ground, getting them dirty. So that's just a comment on that.
Okay. Daniel 1, verse 1. Who's up?
Brother Kurt.
Okay, you're stuck with me again. Daniel 1. Let me get there. Okay. Daniel 1. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. Then Jehovah gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar, to the house of his God, And he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring a certain of the children of Israel, of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom there was no blemish, but well favored, and skillful in all wisdom, cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the king's wine which he drank, so nourishing them for 3 years, and that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now among these were the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names. For he gave unto Daniel the name of Belteshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs. And the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink, for why should he see your faces worse liking than your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall he make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days. Let them give us pulse to eat and water to drink. Then let our countenances be looked upon before thee, and the countenances of the children that eat of the king's meat. Eat the portion of the king's meat, and thou seest deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this matter, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their countenances appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Then Melzar took away the portion of their meat and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse. As for these 4 children, God gave them knowledge, skill in all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them before Nebuchadnezzar. The king communed with them, and among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the 1st year of King Cyrus.
Okay, thank you, Kurt.
You bet.
So this is the introduction to Daniel. This is when he's been taken prisoner from Judah, along with Jehoiakim. And this is the year, I believe the year is 609 BC. And it's, I think, if I'm correct, it's from this year that you start your counting to the 70 years of captivity. And the other thing I want to point out to you is verse 17. Where do you get your wisdom and knowledge and understanding from? You get that from Yehovah. We're told to pray for it, ask for it. And Jehovah gave them knowledge and skill in all literature and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. And then it goes on to say, I constantly ask for knowledge and understanding so I can have wisdom. And I just want to encourage you all to do the same. Anyone got any other comments before we move on? Daniel
Well,
2.
I find it interesting that the word science shows up in here. It's probably the only place in the Bible, is it?
Science, where do you see science?
I read it. Verse 4. Understanding science. I wonder if that's science with a dollar sign or the real stuff.
Well, let's read it in a different version. My version mine is a ESV. My verse 4 says, "Youth without blemish, of good appearance, and skillful in all wisdom, endowed with knowledge, understanding, learning, and competent to stand in the king's palace and to teach them the literature and language of the Chaldeans."
Mine says pretty much the same thing, because I don't see science there.
Reread yours, Kurt.
It's
King James says science.
yeah, it's there in the old King James. That's what I'm reading. So
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but
reading
which
old-
word?
It's science.
Yeah,
In
but
verse 4
reread.
after
Says
Reread your verse.
understanding science.
it says, children in whom there was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace.
Interesting.
So I'm just in the process of looking up the word science. Maybe someone will beat me to it. Joe's
I already got it here.
right on.
It's knowledge. The pictograph is a dalet. It's a picture of a door, and the ion is a picture of the eye. Through the eyes, one experiences his world and learns from it. Okay. Mada. Mada, intelligence or consciousness, knowledge, science, thought. From 3045. And 3045 is yada, to know.
No, yeah, does is knowledge. Yep.
Okay.
It's
That's-
only used once in the whole book, that word, by the way.
Well, it's really cool because we all come at this scripture study from different perspectives, right? Kurt comes from the science, from the, looking at the stars, and I come at from looking at a little bit of psychology, and Sarkis from plants, and Glenn from plants. We come from these different, what we would call sciences, right? Different knowledges, different understandings. That's cool.
Very good. Sarkis, go ahead.
I just thought about it. I was looking at it during the week, and there's similarities between Joseph's life and Daniel's life, and you could see it here, how Joseph, who was captured by his brothers, sold as slave, and becomes a very important person in the kingdom, in Pharaoh's kingdom. And we see in Daniel similar thing. He gets captured and now becomes slave to the king's palace, and he's being prepared, groomed to be a prince, to be a wise man, and eventually we'll see him become almost a right-hand man for Nebuchadnezzar. So there's similarity. Joseph sees a vision, and Daniel sees visions, and both of them interpret visions. So it's there are similarities there in terms of to see what's the future is happening, and Daniel is doing the same thing. So since we're at the beginning of the chapter, the beginning of the book, I thought if we look from that perspective, we're going to see a trend a pattern of what happened with Joseph and Israel and what's happening with Daniel and Israel in future.
Okay, I'm looking at the charts right now. And the Daniel's captivity starts in the first year of the 7th sabbatical cycle. And I got nothing for Joseph at that time.
But the pattern,
Joseph was 1638. What have I got? 1638. 2199. 2199. Where are you?
he was born then.
2199. I don't have any note for it. Where'd the note go?
Yep. And Joseph and Daniel were about the same age. Were taken to captivity.
Okay, I got the first year of the 7th sabbatical cycle in the time of Joseph. Hang on, when was Joseph born here? Joseph is 17. Was he born in 2199?
Yep.
2216, take away 17. What's that?
Yeah.
That's when he was born. Okay, so that's the year Joseph was born, the first year of the sabbatical cycle.
Yep.
The 7th sabbatical cycle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. But the pattern I was looking at is on the person, the character and the person, because they have similar patterns where both of them are captives, both of them see visions, interpret visions, and both of them became one of the most important leaders within the kingdom that they were in. One in Egypt and the other one in Babylon, and later with Persia. So, and when we look at Jacob and Joseph, there's the story of that they were going to go into, they're going to be in the land of Egypt based on Abraham's covenant that Yehovah told them that they will be slaves in a foreign land. And Joseph recognized that and says, when it's time for you to go, make sure you take my bones with you. And when Yehovah come and visits you, and you see that pattern with Daniel as well. We see that when the second coming of the Messiah.
Yeah, I'm just comparing charts here. That's all I'm doing. Sorry, Circus.
That's okay. It's okay. I have your charts in front of me too.
Yeah, you got me thinking. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things I see in here is what this community, what this culture is trying to do is take away the names that were given to them. And these names are extremely important. Like Daniel means the judge of God. Hananiah is Yah has favored. Mishael is who is what God is. And Azariah is let's see here. Yah has helped. So these names are extremely important. Names are very important in the Hebrew culture, and they're basically trying to change them into names they want to give them. The culture just does that to people all the time. It's changing names and therefore trying to change the destiny that God has for them. And you'll see here where Daniel says that he did not want to defile himself. So even though he's in a strange place, a strange culture, he's going to sit here and walk in the Torah of God. So it says, but Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's delicacies, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the chief of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor. So because Daniel asked, God is now moving and Daniel's part, and basically is bringing him to favor and goodwill of the chief of the eunuchs. And basically he's saying, let's do this little test and see how this goes. And because Daniel is willing to ask God and ask that I walk in the ways in the Torah of God, God is saying, I'm going to help you out, Daniel. You may not be in Jerusalem anymore. You may not be in the land of Israel anymore. You may be in a foreign country, but I'm still going to help you out. And I think he still does that today, even though we're not in Israel, if we're willing to ask God. And I've told people this, if you're not keeping the Sabbath, he realizes that you have to work on the Sabbath. But once you come to know what day is his Sabbath, if you will pray to God, if you will ask God, I have yet to have the Lord not answer. Now, it may take, I think the longest I've heard so far is about 6 months. But if you put it in the Lord's court and saying, hey, I've just realized that your Shabbat is on Saturday, I want to honor your Shabbat, every single time, without exception, he has honored that request to everyone that's asked.
I'm testimony to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened to, I can't tell you how many people, when you come to realize that that Saturday is his Shabbat, you know, Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown, that is his Sabbath day. When you realize that and you ask God, help me to keep that, he's never failed anyone that I know of. So.
Okay, Ryan.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to read real quick at the beginning of Daniel in the Complete Jewish Study Bible, if you don't mind. It has a few dates here. It's an introduction. So it says here that God uses Asher, which is in parentheses Assyria, and Babylon as instruments of his judgment against the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah, respectively. Sargon II, 722 through 705 BCE, defeats the northern kingdom in 722 BCE. In 612 BCE, Nibia's fall ends as Assyria's dominant role in the region. Between 609 and 605 BCE, skirmishes take place between the Babylonians and the Egyptians. In 605 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar defeats the Egyptians, and that's in Jeremiah 46:2, which allows the Babylonians to gain unprecedented military advantages in the region. In the same year, Nebuchadnezzar begins besieging Jerusalem. He takes Daniel and other members of the Jewish nobility captive during this campaign, and Daniel rises quickly to a position of prominence in the Babylonian Empire. This second invasion comes in 598 through 597 BCE, and Nebuchadnezzar takes 10,000 prisoners and treasures from the temple to Babel. The prophet Ezekiel is then taken captive in that deportation. And that's also found in 2 Kings 24, 10 through 16. And it says here, the third and final attack on Jerusalem begins in 588 BCE when the Babylonians besieged the city for 18 months. Eventually, they break through the city wall, burn the temple in the city, and carry off the remaining temple treasures and captives to Babel. And that's in 2 Kings 25, 8 through 21. Any of those dates sound right?
So my question is, when did the 70 years of captivity start?
Yeah, well, if you're saying that it's when Daniel was taken, that was, let me see, in the, 605 BCE?
That's what you're saying. I thought he was taken in 609.
It says here in 605 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar defeats the Egyptians, which allows the Babylonians to gain unprecedented military advantages in the region. In the same year, Nebuchadnezzar begins besieging Jerusalem. So it doesn't say that, it just says
when did Jehoiakim get taken?
Yeah, see, let me see. It doesn't say anything about Jehoiakim.
Okay, so when is the captivity over? What year is that?
Well, that's going to be 70 years from when I'm trying to figure out here.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you the question.
I know, that's why I'm brainstorming with all these numbers here and all these years, because I'm looking at I got your sabbatical charts here, and I'm trying to match them up also. That's why I brought it out.
Yeah, so in 539, the captivity is over. Okay. Why have I got 539? Babylonian falls, many tekel upharsin, 2,520 years. Curse of Babylon expires in 1982. Okay. So Babylon fell in 539. And then 70 years before that brings you to 609. And 609, the Battle of Carchemish. And that's when the Egyptians were defeated by the Egyptians, and the Assyrians were going against the Babylonians, and they lost. And Jehoiakim is taken prisoner. Now, Jehoiakim is considered to be the king. Now there's what's his son's name? Jehoiakim's son? Ezekiel, when you read in Ezekiel, all the years that he's talking about, he says it's the 15th year. He's talking about the 15th year since the captivity of his king. And that is Jehoiakim. Again, I'm going off the top of my head here. And you said Ezekiel went into captivity in 598?
Yeah, between 598 and 597, which is the second invasion of Nebuchadnezzar. That's when he takes in 10,000 prisoners and the temple articles. The prophet Ezekiel is taken captive in that deportation. That's found in 2 Kings 24, 10 through 16. Now, in the commentary, now this is just commentary, I found Jehoiakim. It says here, the fall of Jerusalem occurred during the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, who ruled from Tishri 606 BCE to Tishri 605 BCE. Babylonian sources specify the invasion of Nebuchadnezzar as occurring during the summer of 605 BCE, following the battle of, what is it, Carchemish?
Carchemish.
Now that's just the commentary that I have down.
And they have it as 605. I've got it at 609.
Yes.
Okay. So that could be part of the problem there, our dating of our stuff.
Now it's just commentary, but it does say Babylonian sources specify the invasion of Nebuchadnezzar as occurring during the summer of 605 BCE, following the battle of Carchemish.
Yeah, just let me do a quick search.
Don't mean to fry brain cells. I just saw it here and was looking at the charts trying to decipher it all.
Okay, so quick search, 605 BC on Wikipedia, Battle of Carchemish. And yet I got it as 609. When the Assyrians, oh, there we go, Medes, Babylonians, and their allies in 612 BC, the Assyrians moved their capital to Haran. Haran was captured by the alliance in 609 BC, ending the Assyrian Empire. Remnants of the Assyrian army joined Carchemish, a city under Egyptian rule on the Euphrates. A former vassal of the Assyrian was allied with Assyrian king Ashur-uballit II and marched in 609 to his aid against the Babylonians. There we go. So that's where I'm getting it from. And this is who's this? George Cox, George Rue, Ancient Iraq. The Egyptian of Pharaoh Necho II was delayed at Megiddo by the forces of King Hosea of Judah. Hosea was killed and his army was defeated in the Battle of Megiddo. So the Egyptians and Assyrians together crossed the Euphrates and laid siege to Haran, which they failed to retake. They then retreated to northwestern Assyria to what is now northern Syria. So maybe I've got it labeled as the Battle of Carchemish, which is 605, but it's actually the Battle of Megiddo, and King Hosea is killed. and that took place in 609. So anyway, 70 years from 539 brings you to 609. I don't know. Okay, let's go on to chapter 2 and the giants. Who's up?
That's me.
Sombra,
Giants?
the
Oh,
statue.
we're not going to get into that again, are we?
The statue.
Okay. In the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams. His spirit was troubled, and his sleep left him. And then the king commanded that the magicians and the enchanters, the sorcerers and the Chaldeans be summoned to tell the king his dreams. And so they came in and stood before the king, and the king said to them, I had a dream, and my spirit is troubled to know the dream. Then the Chaldeans said to the king in Aramaic, O king, live forever. Tell your servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The word from me is firm. If you do not make known to me the dream and its interpretation, you shall be torn limb from limb, and your houses shall be laid in ruins. But if you show the dream and its interpretation, you shall receive from me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore, show me the dream and its interpretation. They answered a second time and said, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will show its interpretation. The king answered and said, I know with certainty that you are trying to gain time, because you see that the word from me is firm. If you do not make the dream known to me, there is but one sentence for you. You have agreed to speak lying and corrupt words before me till the times change. Therefore, tell me the dream, and I shall know that you can show me its interpretation. The Chaldeans answered the king and said, There is not a man on earth who can meet the king's demand, for no great and powerful king has asked such things of any magician or enchanter or Chaldean. The thing that the king asks is difficult, and no one can show it to the king except for the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. Because of this, the king was angry and very furious, and commanded that all the wise men of Babylon be destroyed. And so the decree went out, and the wise men were about to be killed. And they sought Daniel and his companions to kill them. And Daniel replied with prudence and discretion to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, who had gone out to kill the wise men of Babylon. He declared to Arioch, the king's captain, Why is the decree of the king so urgent? And then Arioch made the matter known to Daniel. And Daniel went in and requested the king to appoint him a time that he might show the interpretation to the king. And then Daniel went to his house, and he made the matter known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, and told them to seek mercy from the God of heaven concerning this mystery, so that Daniel and his companions might not be destroyed with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. And then the mystery was revealed to Daniel in a vision of the night. Then Daniel blessed the God of the heavens. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, to whom belong wisdom and might. He changes times and seasons. He removes kings and set up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and hidden things, and he knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. To you, O God of my fathers, I give thanks and praise, for you have given me wisdom and might, and have now made known to me what we ask of you. If you have made known to us the king's matter, for you have made known to us the king's matter. Does that not answer the question about if we don't have connection to Israel, we could just ask Yehovah? Therefore, Daniel went into Arioch, whom the king had appointed to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and he said thus to him, do not destroy the wise men of Babylon. Bring me in before the king, and I will show the king the interpretation. And then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste, and he said to him thus, I have found among the exiles from Judah a man who will make known to the king the interpretation. The king declared to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, are you able to make known to me the dream that I have seen and its interpretation? Daniel answered the king and said, no wise men, enchanters, magicians, or astrologers can show to the king the mysteries that the king has asked. But there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days. Your dream and the visions of your head as you lay in bed are these. To you, O king, as you lay in bed, came thoughts of what would be after this, and he who reveals mysteries made known to you what is to be. But as for me, this mystery has been revealed to me, not because of any wisdom that I have more than all the living, but in order that the interpretation may be made known to the king, and that you may know the thoughts of your mind. You saw, O king, and behold, a great image. This image, mighty and of exceeding brightness, stood before you, and its appearance was frightening. The head of the image was of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its middle and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. And as you looked, a stone was cut out by no human hand, and it struck the image on its feet of iron and clay and broke them in pieces. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold all together were broken in pieces and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floor, and the wind carried them away so that not a trace of them could be found. But the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. This was the dream. Now we will tell the king its interpretation. You, O king, the king of kings, to whom the God of heavens has given the kingdom, the power, and the might, and the glory, and into whose hands he has given everywhere they dwell, the children of men, the beasts of the field, and the birds of the heavens, making you rule over them. You are the head of gold. Another kingdom inferior to you shall rise after you, and yet a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over the earth. And there shall be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, because iron breaks to pieces and shatters all things. And like iron that crushes, it shall break and crush all these. And as you saw the feet and toes partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, it shall be a divided kingdom, but some of the firmness of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw iron mixed with the soft clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly iron and partly clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly brittle. As you saw the iron mixed with the soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage, but they will not hold together, just as iron does not mix with clay. And in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed, nor shall the kingdom be left to another people. It shall break in pieces all these kingdoms and bring them to an end, and it shall stand forever. Just as you saw that a stone was cut from a mountain by no human hand, and that it broke in pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold. A great God has made known to the king What shall be after this? The dream is certain, and its interpretation is sure. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face, and he paid homage to Daniel, and commanded that an offering and incense be offered up to him. The king answered and said to Daniel, Truly your God is God of all gods, and Lord of kings, and a revealer of mysteries, for you have been able to reveal this mystery. And then the king gave Daniel high honors, and made great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and chief prefect over all the wise men of Babylon. Daniel made a request of the king, and he appointed Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon. But Daniel remained at the king's court.
Thank you, Zambra. Okay, there's nothing really here to talk about. Shall we keep going?
Come on.
I want
Eric.
to talk about the marriage part.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where God is always one step ahead of what Satan tries to duplicate. And you'll notice in this one, he basically gives instructions to good old Nebi there to not only give me interpretation, but give me the dream. And they make this statement that no one on earth is able to do that, which is totally correct. So basically, these four men that have an intimate relationship with Yehovah, only they are going to be able, and you don't know at the time who it's going to be revealed to. In this case, it happens to be Daniel, but they're the only ones that have this relationship to someone who is not on the earth, who is above the earth. And he is able to not only give the interpretation, but he's also able to give the actual dream itself, because back in the days of Pharaoh, basically the dream, and then he would give the interpretation. Well, up to this point, you could have these false prophets and soothsayers and all this other stuff will tell us the dream, and they could give whatever interpretation they wanted. Well, at this point, God is one step ahead of what Satan has created in these false interpreters, and he says, okay, now let's see how you guys do with this. You got to tell me what the dream is, and if you don't, you're all dead. So it's a good incentive to make the point that you better have a good intimate relationship with God if you want to get through this alive. Otherwise, he would have slaughtered everyone.
Yeah, go back to verse 15 here, the last part. And then Arioch made the decision known to Daniel. Daniel had no clue what was going on. Now, verse 16. So Daniel has no clue. He's just been told. And this guy is out to kill all these people. So Daniel is, okay, if you don't know, you don't have any, I'm going to kill you right now. Verse 16. So Daniel went in and asked the king to give him time that he might tell the king the interpretation. Daniel went directly to the king.
Yep.
And said, I need time. Daniel does not know what's going on. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what the dream is about. He just said, King, I need time.
Right.
And then the very next verse, 17, then Daniel went to his house and made the decision known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions. So like, hey, I've made a decision here. Guess what, guys? You're involved. I don't know what's going on, but we're all about to die.
I volunteered you guys to be the first
volunteered you
slaughtered.
guys to be the first. Yeah.
Thanks, Daniel.
Verse 18, that they might seek mercies from Yehovah. You know what? You guys are all just going to start praying for me because I need help. We're all going to die if we don't get this done. But I just volunteered you to be the first. Right? Concerning this secret, so that Daniel and his companions might not perish with the rest of the wise men. Now, Daniel, up until this point, we don't see anything about him other than, choosing to eat certain foods.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we really know about him. Now, all of a sudden, this guy's going to stand up and say, hey, king, don't do this yet. Give me a couple days.
David and Goliath, same thing.
Like it's huge.
Yeah.
Also, he didn't bat an eye. He just said, okay, he went and seen the king and I need a couple more days. And then I'm going to volunteer my friends to pray with me.
Right. And the minute he did that, he became the first to be slaughtered if he couldn't come up with the answer. So basically, Daniel's putting a lot of confidence that God is going to reveal this to him. I mean, he's got to have a lot of confidence in what God is going to do for him. But he's not fearful at all.
Yeah.
It's like I'm willing to step out to save even the unbelievers. I'm willing to step out and save them. I just know what my God can do. And there was no doubt in my mind that Daniel trusted in God completely. So he wasn't fearful about what he was doing. He's saying, we got a problem. We got to solve it. Let's go to God. There, that's it. That's
Boom.
the solution.
Boom. Yeah. Sarkis.
Well, he has two things going for him. One, that Jehovah answered his prayer concerning honoring him by not eating by not eating food that defiles him. So Jehovah answered that prayer, but then he has history behind.
Yeah, but hang on. He's 17 years old. He's just a kid when he does that, and he doesn't get any pimples. Okay.
I don't know about that part. I don't know about that.
He grows up, he's good looking, he doesn't get any pimples. That doesn't tell me that he's got this relationship with God where he can go to God on the spur of the moment and say, God, look, we're about to be killed, save my life, tell me the dream.
Yeah, well, he does have that relationship. We know that because when he and his friends were captives.
Yeah, but you're talking hindsight. I'm talking.
No, I'm telling you what happened the first chapter here. Okay.
What?
We're looking. He recognized he didn't want to defile himself. He and his friends. So that meant he has that relationship with Jehovah God, and because of that, that means he had the knowledge that Jehovah God answers prayers, and he's seen the prophets before him. He sees what happened in Mount Sinai. He knows what happened to Joseph and to Jacob and Abraham. So he has history that demonstrates that Jehovah God is true to those who seek after him and who walk with him. And so he is learning to grow baby steps, or let's say small young adult steps, and he's proving himself that Jehovah answers prayers and that he has a purpose for him and that he can depend on him. And it's not
you're speaking after 2,700 years of hindsight. Put yourself in that spot. All you had happen to you so far is you didn't get any acne growing up by eating vegetables. You've been taken captivity. You've lost your kingdom. Is there really a God? Like, why did he let my kingdom, my city, Jerusalem, be destroyed?
Well,
we have no proof here.
Westerners here.
We have no proof here that he's going to do anything.
Yeah, but Nebuchadnezzar already had his trust. He was proven to Nebuchadnezzar in chapter 1. Nebuchadnezzar saw him as being 10 times better than any of the other magicians. So
it is right.
Daniel had Nebuchadnezzar's trust too.
Okay, so that gave him access to the king. Okay. But the point that I'm trying to get to, or the point that I'm looking at, is here we are in watching Kurt eat whatever he's eating.
He's sharpening his knife.
Here we are on the verge of the horror that's about to happen to the world. Can we, in all confidence, and I'm asking you to ask yourself, not answer me, can we go before Jehovah and ask him with all confidence, the same confidence that Daniel has that he's going to answer his prayer there? We are coming up to a monster time in history, unlike anything else that's ever happened in the world before. You and I know it. Do we have the same faith of Daniel to stand up and pray to Jehovah, knowing that he's listening? That's for me, that's what Daniel did here was monstrous. It was huge,
Faith in action, period. That's right there.
huge faith in action.
But that's exactly what we're saying that we need to be doing right now with regard to the barley.
Yeah.
Huge
Oh,
faith in
but you should
action.
hear all the complaints and crying that I'm hearing. Oh, we don't know what to do. I said, shut up. Leave me alone. Listen, watch, wait, be patient.
That's because they want it to be the way they want it to be. Oh, I can't have it this month because I got things going on. It's going to throw me off.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. They have their reasons, whatever it is. They're not thinking of him. They're thinking of something else. And
But
it's getting
this
in the
is-
way.
This is how strong is your faith. That's, when I see this in Daniel, my mouth hangs open. And I just go, wow, that was big. Eric.
Yeah, to me, I guess when he says, if you have but the faith of a mustard seed, I think what I look at is before the big problem showed up, he was faithful with the little, and he says, you know what, I'm not going to defile myself with what I eat. He sets it in his heart to do the small things with God. This is talking about what you eat. And I always point out to people, the human race died not because someone committed murder or some heinous crime. They broke the dietary laws in the garden. That's all they broke, was the dietary laws. Don't eat of this doggone tree. And they ate of something they weren't supposed to eat of. That's what caused the fall of all mankind. So to me, Daniel was trying to walk right with God in just the smallest thing. Daniel didn't know this was coming later on. I mean, Daniel's sitting there going, what's going on now? What's happening? And so when he figures out what's happening, it's like, well, I know the solution to this. Goes into the king, talks to the king, and now the minute he talks to the king, Daniel's number one on the hit list if this doesn't work out. Goes to God, says, okay, guys, I need your help. Need help in prayer. Let's go to the Lord. Let's get the answer. Let's save a bunch of people from getting killed. But
Yeah.
in doing all of this, what is revealed to Daniel is still going on today. We still have this going on today. We are looking at that statue. We're looking at that rock that's formed without hands out of that mountain. That is still being played out today. So what was revealed to Daniel thousands of years ago is still affecting us today. And we want to know, what's the head? What's the chest? What's the midsection? What's the legs? What's the feet? And you have all kinds of people trying to interpret what that actual statue was made of. And
Yeah, but
the other,
we're told what each of these things are. So the guessing all
right,
gone.
right. But
We-
the other point I wanted to make too is there's something that occurs because of this, and people miss this in Zechariah. I think it's Zechariah 18:8, and it's brought forward in the Brit Hadashah, and I think we misinterpret what's actually being said there. It says the word of the Lord of the host came to me saying, thus says the Lord of the hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th month, the fast of the 7th month, the fast of the 10th month shall be joy and gladness and cheerful feast for the house of Judah. Therefore love, truth, and peace. And I point this out to people because this is where the people in the Brit Hadashah get a little confused with what Paul is talking about here. And then they have started their own. And if you don't understand what's going on here, then you're not going to understand what Paul is talking about. I think it's in Romans 14:5, where he says, let me see if I got this right. One person esteems one day above another, another esteems every day alike. Let each be fully convinced in their own minds. He who observes the day observes it to the Lord. He who does not observe the day to the Lord, he does not observe it. He who eats and eats to the Lord, for he gives thanks. And he who does not eat to the Lord, he does not eat and gives thanks. This is not in any way, which has been misinterpreted for thousands of years, talking about the Sabbath day. This is talking about what days you should fast on. And it comes from Zechariah. And these fast days were started back in the days when Nebuchadnezzar made their siege against Jerusalem. That's where those fast days come from. And in the days of Paul, they were debating which days they should fast on, because the Jews, who had been doing this for thousands of years, were fasting on certain days, on certain months, whereas the Christians that were coming in, the newest believers, were fasting on every day. And there was a huge debate about that. And that's what Paul is talking about here. But somehow it got twisted to, well, one person esteems one day above another. Well, that's got to be the Sabbath. But this never mentions the Sabbath, ever. This is talking about what you eat or don't eat, which goes back to the fast days in Zechariah. So if you're ignorant of what Zechariah says, you're going to come up with the wrong conclusion about what Paul is talking about here. That's why it says in Peter, unstable and untrained minds will twist the scriptures to their own destruction. If they assume that this is the Sabbath, they think they have a right to change it from Saturday to Sunday, which they don't.
Okay,
And
but
that's
go back to Daniel 6 verse 16.
okay.
And his prayer, his faith, right?
Right.
What I'm questioning everyone here about is, it says in Ezekiel, and Ezekiel's talking about, I believe it's chapter 20, talking about our time, either 20 or 14, I forget which. Unless you have the faith of Noah, Daniel, and Job, nothing's going to save you.
Right.
No one else is going to save you unless you have that faith. And what is the faith that Daniel is showing us here? Unreserved belief in God.
He's obeying God. He's still obeying God, even though he's in a foreign country.
Yeah, but he knows who to go to.
Right.
Right. He got his friends. He didn't go to his friends for advice. He went to his friends to solicit their prayers to God.
But the small thing that he did in my mind was he sought out not to defile his own heart by what he ate. That to me is huge. I mean, we think it's small because sometimes we don't put the priority on what we should or shouldn't eat. But to me, that's huge. That goes all the way back to the garden and the mistake we made in the garden.
It's
but you know, with the garden, Eric, they didn't believe Yehovah when he said, "Don't eat the tree." They put doubt in their own mind. They decided to choose their own decision. All Satan did was put a question out there. Did he really say that? And then they started to question it. And that's where they lost their faith. And I don't see necessarily the prohibition to eating the fruit, but the unbelief that were in them that didn't matter. Oh, look, I can eat it. That's the part that I see as being no faith. That's the disconnection that happened, to me at least.
Right. In other words, they didn't obey God. God said, don't eat of it. Right. And to me, if you have lack of faith, you have lack of disobedience. You don't obey God. That to me is disbelief. In other words, the faith that they were acting, the faith that they were acting on in the garden is they had never seen death. So as long as they obeyed God, they would never see death. And that's something they didn't know. They had never experienced that. So as long as they obeyed God, they would live forever. And guess what? The day that they disobeyed God, they didn't die physically, but they did die spiritually. So
okay, so
Daniel believed what he was reading in the Torah. He started with the not eating the unclean, and that's all faith in action. And then finally that conviction to say to the king, yeah, I'll figure it out. Give me some time. I got to confer with my God and so on. And so he had faith. He believed God. Perfect.
Okay, so we got to keep going here. There's a couple other things I want to point out. That Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar that he was the head of gold. The trouble was, there was already an empire before him. The empire was Assyria. But Daniel's head of gold, this vision of the head of gold, is starting with Nebuchadnezzar. So you need to put that in your notes, put that in your brain, that the Assyrian Empire had just been defeated, but it was a world ruling empire up until that time of 609 or 605 or whatever date you want to use. Now, as that head of gold, is that telling you that the Babylonians were a pure religion at that time, or close to the pure religion of that time? And then we got the arms and shoulders, the Medo-Persians coming after. And then we got the Greco Empire coming after that, which is the waist and belly. And then we got the 2 legs and down to the toes. And that is the Roman Empire, east and west, or the Romans, the north, and the Ottoman Empire in the south. There's 2 different ways you can look at that. But this vision, remember back here, Daniel, at the beginning, was for the time of the end. Where does it say that? King gave a command. Where did he say that? The vision is for the time of the end. Verse 28. But there is a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days. So the dream is not about the head of gold. It's not about Babylon. It's not about the Medo-Persians. It's not about the Roman Empire. It's about the very last days, the feet of iron and clay. And that this vision is not for the king. It's for you. Us who are living in the last day. That now makes it more significant. Sombra.
Verse 43. As you saw the iron mixed with the soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage.
Mine doesn't say that. As the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile. Got nothing about marriage.
Okay, so let's look it up in the Hebrew, find out what it says. Because that to me was, in our age of racism, that's wrong. We shouldn't have anything in our Bible that talks about mixing of marriages. We're all one people, right? I am being facetious. And this is verse 43. Verse 43. Okay, let's go with ESV.
Which word are you looking at?
I'm looking at the word, verse 43, marriage.
I don't have marriage here.
Yeah, hold on a second. Mingle themselves. So H6151.
Okay.
So
As mixing one thing with another.
With the seed. So,
Dirty, metal, mingle, pledge, become, engage, intermeddle, mortgage, occupier, occupy, undertake, sweet pleasure, pleasing, pleasant, mingle.
Yeah,
so
and then the next word is zera, is seed. And let's go back to Eric's use of the word.
Well, hang on.
Seed.
It's the word Arab, right?
Which one? Mixing?
Arab. Mix. Arab. Okay. So the word mix is Arab.
Yeah.
Mingle. Okay, so now hang on. And continue on here. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall, okay, hang on, I missed something. Even as iron is not Arab with clay. Okay, it's got nothing to do with iron being married to clay.
Okay, what about the word cleave? They shall not cleave. Debak, to stick to cleave. Okay.
Merge.
Stick to, cleave. It's got nothing to about being married.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, this is the version of the Bible that I have. It's the ESV. We're not going to throw it out and call it junk and say, oh, they're just stupid. They don't know what they're talking about.
But you're reinterpreting a prophecy here that's got nothing to do with marriage.
Anything. I'm reading it out of my Bible and I want to talk about it.
it's not marriage, it's mixed, it's arab. So
Okay.
there's really,
So then
what should I talk about?
that's talking about the fact that our cultures are mixing.
No,
Our-
hang on, whoa. You're reinventing a discussion here that's not about the subject of the verse. It's about Arab mixing iron and clay, not marriage.
It
It
connotes
says seed.
merging into a unit, merging together, mixing. I can see the reason they say marrying, because you become
a
one. That's what marriage
misinterpretation.
is.
It
Yeah.
says seed of men.
It's mixing.
But we're talking about kingdoms here. So we're talking about people. It's not about sand and iron.
It is about iron and clay.
But it's about kingdoms.
Pardon me?
It's about
No,
a kingdom.
it's verse 43. Verse 43.
Yeah.
It says
I'll read it in
Iron-
NASB. And
Please.
in that you saw the iron mixed with common clay. They will combine with one another in the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, even as iron does not combine with pottery.
There's your chiastic
There's
structure.
that chiasm thing in the front and the back, I just noticed.
Yeah. Yep. So we've got in here the they shall mingle themselves with seed. This is KJV plus, with seed of men. My version says marriage. My point is we've got different groups of people who have different culture. It comes back to that having the sojourner. When the sojourner lives with you, there is to be one law for the sojourner and the natural born. It's when we can't combine together and be one, we will shatter and we will break apart. We have to be united with.
It's a description of what's happening today. It's a description
that's
of
what I
the
was trying
fall
to
of
get
our
at.
society. We're witnessing it. We are witnessing these things before our very eyes.
Yeah,
These
we're
words that
still
we
not
read today,
cohesive.
the words that we read today, we're witnessing those things right now.
But it could be any kind of interpretation here. What is it talking about? Is it talking mixing races? Is it talking mixing DNA? Is it talking mixing man with machine? Is it talking, see what I mean?
Mixing culture,
Look
mixing
at them.
nations.
Could be human, what do they call it? Transhumanism.
And
Look
it
at
doesn't
the
really matter
central-
because God told us not to mix, right?
Look at the central theme, right? We got the chiastic structure. There's the two bookends. It's obvious. Iron and clay on both ends, and the word shall towards the middle even focuses it even more. Mingle themselves with the seed of men. There's your central theme to the whole thing. And who's this themselves? Who's themselves? Who's the subject of that? Whatever
clay-
that is, adjective or something.
And if you're talking about clay, is that not the same as Adam was created from the dust of the earth? And iron?
And it's certainly a description of the two cultures, the Arab world and the what is it? Whatever you call it, Germanic or something.
German.
But that's you're mingled with themselves with the seed of men. Who's the subject of this? Who is themselves? That's my question.
Well, I guess it comes down to the same thing that Eric talks about is if a woman is taking seed from more than one, if she's mixing seed, it's bad, it's wrong, it's not good. We're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to get seed from only one source. Otherwise, it's adultery. So this is talking about adultery. There's This is talking about idolatry and adultery going on right here. Whether I'm talking about here in Canada, we're what's called, what do we call it? Not a melting pot, that's the States. We are a multiculturalism, right?
Yeah, we're a product of multiculturalism.
We have all these different little neighborhoods of different cultures, and we don't actually interact, we don't intermix. Whereas in the States, doesn't matter where you come from, you're supposed to become an American. And that's actually a better system than what we've got, because we are so not cohesive here in Canada. We don't interact. We're easily broken apart.
Everybody's special, except certain portion of this population.
So if you're talking about a marriage, a husband and wife marriage, if you are unequally yoked in a husband and wife marriage because you come from two different cultures.
This is not talking about that.
It may not be talking about the individual level. It's talking about it on a global level. If we are not,
it's not talking about it on a global level.
What is it talking about then, Joe?
It's talking about the empire being mixed with two different groups that do not get along. It's talking about one empire, not the whole world. It's talking about the feet of iron and clay that descend from this Babylonian system. It's one empire. It's not the whole world. And it's not talking about marriage.
So are you saying it's just the geographical location of Iran and Iraq?
No, it's not just Iran and Iraq. It's the Middle East and Europe. The continuation of the Babylonian
How did Europe get
Empire.
in there? What does Europe have to do with Nebuchadnezzar?
The Fourth Empire.
No, but what does Europe have to do with Nebuchadnezzar?
The Fourth Empire. Who's the Fourth Empire? Who's the Fourth Empire?
Well, we've already talked about Mystery Babylon is Europe. It's Europa.
No, I said the Fourth Empire. Babylon is the first empire spoken of in the prophecy here. The second empire is the Medo-Persians. The third empire is the Greeks.
Right.
Fourth and final empire is the Romans.
Romans as in Catholicism,
Europe.
Romans?
Europe, the Roman Empire. Okay. That Roman Empire continues down to this day.
Right. And the whole thing about it is it's not pure Christianity. It's not pure.
It's not Christianity.
No,
I'm not talking about Christianity.
I know. It's because they mixed it with. So you're saying it has nothing to do with faith. It just has to do with military might.
This is this is an empire.
Well, can I add
It's
to
a
this?
whole, it's a whole system. It's a whole system, not just religion. It's economy.
It's not
it's everything.
religion, and it's definitely not about marriage.
Can I add to this?
I don't know. Let's see.
Well, there was a discussion we had, and I did some study some time ago, and I was able to see that the people in Rome, if we call it the Roman Empire, to be actually more correct, because it showed the roots of this. The roots of the Roman Empire go back through family bloodlines, actual bloodlines, right to Egypt. So we're actually talking about Egypt here. And that's what Yehovah reminds us so many times. We read it this morning or this afternoon somewhere about, it was at the Tzitzit thing where he said it's to remind us that I took you out of Egypt. It always comes back to Egypt. It's always.
So Egypt was the first ones that we had an example of. The second one we have an example of is Babylon. And the third one we have an example of is Rome.
Right. And I agree with the Rome. I agree with that statement. And I'm just adding to it that it actually goes right to Egypt and provable by family bloodlines and
Well,
whatnot.
each empire has eaten up the one before it and gotten bigger. It's
Yeah.
absorbed it.
I think it's actually, when you really look at it in a bigger picture, it's just an extension of Egypt. Like, we're still in Egypt.
But Egypt is not one of the empires. Egypt was never a world ruling
No,
empire.
and that's
It
the
doesn't fit in. It doesn't fit into that prophecy that Daniel's talking about here.
Well, it's there and it's covert.
No, it's not
Still there.
covert. It's not there. It's not got nothing to do with this prophecy.
I'll have to dig up my stuff, Joe, and we'll have to have a little dust up about it. I'll bring my teaching.
This is the thing that so many people are screwing this prophecy over with. They bring in all kinds of stuff. You are told who each empire is right here. The first one
Do
is
we never get to talk about parties? Deeper
Pardon me?
level of meaning?
I'm sorry, say again.
Do we never get to talk about parties, deeper levels of meaning? Like one's a literal, one's a mystical, one's a prophetic, and one's a hidden meaning. Do we never get to talk about that? Or there's only one thing that scripture means?
We talk about this all the time.
And that's
Okay, Eric, you had your hand up for a while. Go ahead. Eric, gone.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Sorry, I hit the switch the wrong way. But if you look at Revelation 14, 16, 17, and 18, it mentions again Babylon. And to me, that is what you have to worry about. Just like the head of the church is Yeshua, is God is our head. There's a body to it, but what you have to worry about with Babylon is the mindset. And in Revelation 14, 16, 17, and 18, it mentions Babylon.
Okay, so Babylon, right here in Daniel
Right.
2, is which empire?
The first one,
And then what becomes of the second empire?
the Medo-Persians,
Yeah,
they're replaced.
no, they're not replaced. They take over Babylon,
Right.
they absorb it and expand it,
Right.
which is what Glenn just said. Now,
Right.
the Greco Empire, what did they do?
Did they destroy them or absorb them? I'm not too sure which one they did.
Well, you could say either one.
Right,
It's
yeah.
the same thing. They take over
Right.
the same territory and they add to that territory.
Right.
What did the Roman Empire do?
I'm pretty sure they absorbed most of the people they conquered, didn't they?
Yeah, so that everything we're talking about here, the four empires, because there's not 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 15 or however many people want to create here.
Right.
There's 4. The fourth one is the Roman Empire, which brings it down to our time today. This prophecy is not about Nebuchadnezzar, it's for us today. And that's the thing that people keep messing with.
And the Roman Empire is still alive today.
That's right. Europa,
But also,
the woman that rides the beast is Europa, and that's the Babylonian mythology right there, brings you back there, which again ties you into Revelation, which is what you're saying.
right. And basically it's the mindset of the head that we're dealing with. It's also the place where Abraham or Abram originated from. So it's like that's where God really started to build his nation from, was the Ur Chaldees or Babylon. So he's trying to get his people to come out of that type of thinking and into the way he wants them to go. So he always seems to go back and says, listen, if you guys are going to misbehave and you don't want to behave the way I want you to, I'll just send you back to where you came from the origin, where your original father came back from, which is Abraham. He was in here. I pulled him out. You guys want to go back? I'll send you back there. So this whole time, he's been trying to get us out of this Babylonian mindset and get us into a mindset that's his. But we seem to keep wanting to go back to that.
So the Daniel 8, or we're not going to get there for a while, but Daniel 8 talks about 2 goats, which is connected here. And there's 2 empires taking place there. Now that has effect on what Daniel's talking about here in the not mixing part. And the Arab is Hebrew for mixing, but they don't mix. In today's society, we got Germans mixing with English, and English mixing with French, and French with Dutch, and Dutch with Italians, and on it goes. So that we have what we call in Canada a melting pot, or in the United States, or Canada multicultural, in the United States a melting pot. What's going on in Europe? Again, go back to the toes. What's going on there that are not mixing?
Well, to me, the thing it's not going to mix is because God put the enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. In other words,
That's not it.
God. Well,
We're
I'm just
talking-
saying God has set that up to where they won't mix at all.
But we're talking about the Roman Empire
Okay.
right now, 2023. What has happened that you have seen that is not mixing?
Well, I mean, there's multiple things that are not mixing, like the Muslim faith. A lot of people are not going to. There's a contrast between the two faiths of the Judaic Christian faith and the Muslim faith. They're not mixing at all.
And yet they've been welcomed with open arms into Europe.
Yeah, but not by true believers.
I'm not talking about believer. We're talking about the Babylonian Empire
Right. Right.
welcoming and not mixing together.
Right.
That's what this process is about. And
But
you're
it's
looking
still-
at it in the last days right now. Sorry?
But it's still a seed, though. It's still a seed of belief. Their seed of belief is totally different than ours.
Yeah, but let's make it simple so people can see it.
Okay.
It's two different ways of life combined
Okay.
together that are not mixing.
Right. Right.
It's got nothing to do with marriage. It's got everything to do with two people. One is like clay. You look at every government, we're talking about governments, every government that's of the one race, they're fragile, they break apart. Then the other one has been a very strong power in the world scene. Am I making this stuff up, or do you not see it?
Well, then how do you explain then Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots? Harlots is a mixing of seed.
Okay. So now you've
That
moved
also
into
is a mixing of
this
seed,
side of
where
things.
you receive the seed from all lovers.
Yes.
What's that?
So now you're talking about the religious side, or the spiritual side, or the Yehovah side.
Right.
We are here in Daniel 2 talking about a government, not religion, not spirits.
Okay, so you don't think that there's parts of the prophecy of Daniel that's spiritual?
Not this one. No, this is all government.
So you're sure nothing that Daniel is saying there is spiritual?
It's all political. This is all government. Okay, Samba, you're shaking your head. What am I
So
not saying?
so it's coming, the prophecy.
Eric, I don't know if you're still talking. You're having going in and out.
No, I know my internet right now is not real strong, but you don't think that what Daniel is saying is not only physical but spiritual also? But you don't think it's both?
No, not at all.
Okay, then how do you know that?
Because I read it. It's all government. It's all politics.
I'm not
That-
saying it's not government. I agree with you that it's government, but you don't think there's a prophetic nature in what he's saying too? It's both spiritual and physical, both?
It's prophetic, yes, but it's not spiritual as in religion wise. When you get to Revelation and talking about the mystery Babylon, that's a religious entity. That's a woman. That's a false god now. Right now, we're talking about a government. The government of Nebuchadnezzar, followed by the government of the Medo-Persians, followed by the government of Alexander the Great, followed by the government of Julius Caesar. These are
But
government. They are not
Right.
religions.
Right, but do you think that the rock that's formed out of the mountain without hands, do you think that's prophetic in nature too?
That's also a government coming from
Yeah,
Yehovah.
but isn't it also spiritual because it doesn't exist yet?
Well, of course, it's Jehovah's government, right?
Right, but it
But it's
doesn't
a
exist
government.
yet. So that part is spiritual, wouldn't you say?
No, no, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna mix this up spiritually. I'm not gonna try and spiritualize this. These
It
are-
is.
It's not part of the statue. It's not part of the statue until it's crushed.
Right. In other words, eventually it gets crushed, but it's talking about something that's in the future that's a spiritual government.
It'll be an actual physical government here on earth.
I'm not disagreeing that it's physical. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then I'm missing the point. Like, where's the spirituality coming in here? I'm just not seeing it. These are actual, real governments that don't believe in religion. They got nothing to do with Yehovah.
But the ultimate government
Anybody
that
not
comes.
believe in. Everybody has a belief in something. Everybody has an idol if they're not following Yehovah. Everybody
but
has an idol.
I'm reading the Daniel 2 prophecy. I'm trying not to read anything into it except what it says.
Thank you. That's called the literal version, literal understanding. And I'm asking you, can we do some parties here? Can we understand the prophecy in it, the mystery in it, and the hidden message in it? Don't mix. Don't mix in your marriage. Don't mix in your personal life. Don't mix in your spiritual life. Don't mix, because it will crumble. It's a foundation. It will crumble. There's more to it than meets the face value literal word.
When it says mixing, could it mean the 4 empires had mixed the one before them into them and the next one into them? So all 4 are mixed up. So then it will crumble because it's a mess.
Okay, I don't know.
You know, the other thing is, this is talking about government. The religion part is when it starts talking about the beasts, and the dragon and those heads. Now they may be involved in some religion and they're in control of this system, but it's not about religion. I can see what he's saying. There's no religion involved in it. It's mostly about government in this particular case.
You know what it's talking about? It's talking about being unequally yoked.
Okay.
You can't mix. It's there. It doesn't mix. It is about marriage in that respect. Think about your marriage being unequally yoked with your wife or husband.
This is why we wear the tzitzit. There's nothing in the tzitzits themselves that would make any reason why we would have to wear it part of the Torah. The whole thing about the tzitzit is it's a picture. It's a picture. It's like I was saying today. There's no commandment that says that you are to wear the talit. But it's a picture of the blood of Jesus on my head. It's a picture of the blood over the doorposts so that you stay in the house. And if you stay under the covering, then all will be well with you. You will be rescued. You will be saved. It's all a picture. Everything's a picture, Joe. God is a picture. The whole
So what's the
Hebrew
picture here
language
in
is
Daniel 2?
pictographic.
What's the picture here in Daniel 2? But not mixing marriages? Is that what it's all about? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not saying that's what it's all about.
Then what's it
But
about?
it is talking about a crumbling foundation.
The foundation is not mixed together.
It's the feet.
The feet. But that's not the foundation. That's the end of a 3,000-year prophecy. It's not the foundation. The foundation would be Assyria.
Not if you're looking at it in the other direction. It's a statue and it's got feet.
Yeah, because, okay, so you're looking at it prophetically backwards. The prophecy starts with Nebuchadnezzar. It starts with the head. That's the foundation. You have to build upon that.
Was that a righteous foundation?
Not the question. It's built upon that.
Right.
The next foundation is lower in quality,
Hence lower the material that's used.
lower in material.
Yeah.
Right.
Nebuchadnezzar is more righteous than any other empire to follow. Now think about that. If he is more righteous, if you want to go spirituality, he's more righteous than anyone else.
Well, in the end, what does God do? He makes him into an animal, and Nebuchadnezzar turns around and says, "There's no other God except Yehovah."
He at
writes
least
a letter.
recognized Yehovah
Right.
as God, making
Right.
him more righteous than anyone else.
Well, exactly.
Okay, so now the Medo-Persians, they're a lesser quality metal,
Right. Right.
Right.
but they are built on top of the gold. They're not built on top of the feet. The brass is built on top of the Medo-Persians. That's the Greeks. Your
So things
perspective
fall
here
apart.
from the bottom up.
Entropy.
Pardon me?
Things fall apart. Entropy. Yep.
Well,
Okay.
when you look at I can see what Somber's saying. You know, if you're standing there looking at a statue and it's a dude and he's got feet. If someone asks you what the foundation of the statue is you're going to say his feet.
So if you're standing there in 2023 and you're looking at a statue, you'll say the foundation is feet, but that's not what this prophecy is saying.
Well, of
It's
course, because
saying
if you took another perspective of it,
the prophecy starting at the head.
if you
You
carve
must
it out of a
start with
piece
the
of
prophecy of the
stone,
head.
if you carve your statue out of a piece of stone,
It's
you're going
not.
to bring it down from the top towards the bottom.
It's
You're going to start at
carved.
the head. That's the way
Okay.
it works.
You got to read the prophecy. You can't reinvent what he's saying. You
Okay.
can't make it fit your own theology. It
Right,
starts
so
with
ba-
the head.
Well, I'm
So
not
basi-
trying to fit any theology. I'm saying it, but the head, it's about perspective. It's perspective. It's like you say, the Hebrew perspective. The foundation is the bottom, but here's the top, the rosh, the head, and it
Okay.
bleeds down through the whole thing.
Joe, what is Josephine talking about? Who's clay? And
The clay is the Muslims who have moved into Europe by the millions. And the iron is Europe or Germany.
Hmm.
That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, but you keep going off on these tangents that aren't there.
No, I agree with
This
you. I agree.
prophecy is living out to you right now,
agree.
on your nightly news.
Okay,
That's
but
what I'm
that's
trying
not.
to say.
And everyone wants to take this prophecy and say that the United States is the clay and
No.
that is so false.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
we've got the same thing over here. I mean, we're just as much.
we're not over here. This prophecy is not talking about over here.
Well,
It's got nothing to do
I'm
with
from
over
England.
here. This is not England. This is not Europe. South America is not England or Europe. It's got nothing to do with this prophecy. That's the problem that we're having today. We keep reinventing what this prophecy says, and it says 4 empires. They're all connected together from the head to the toe. It's one piece of land in the world.
One statue is what you're saying.
Yeah.
It could be all, if this statue, the head of gold is Australia and the feet of iron and clay are New Zealand and the Kiwis. Okay, great. You got a prophecy, but it's not. The head is Babylon. You start with the foundation as the head is Babylon. You start with the prophecy and you don't reinvent it and make it say something it doesn't say.
I agree. I think that's why it's given to you direct. He says, here's your reference point. He doesn't do the reference point beginning at the feet and say, I'm building up a foundation. No, he goes to the head first and says, you're the head, you're the beginning of this, and here's what comes after. And it is
So-
dealing with empires, in my opinion.
We
And it's
have
corrupted from the start.
It's corrupted from the start because it's not got Yehovah involved in it. But Nebuchadnezzar admits that Yehovah is God. So he's not far off the mark. And you got to remember, Nebuchadnezzar, how far away from Noah is he? Right? How far is that away from Noah? 1,000 years. Not much more. So we blame and we think the boogeyman in the closet are the Babylonian, Babylon. Yeah, they have some stuff there, but they're also gold compared to what we are today. It's a huge difference. Daniel is a leading person in that empire. Joseph was a leading person in the Egyptian empire. Do you think that they would have some influence as to Jehovah's laws being implemented?
Yeah.
I do. I
Yep.
do. He's the head of gold. He's the start. Before that was the Assyrian Empire. He didn't start with them.
Hmm.
The clay, the feet of clay, the two branches. You can go north and south, Europe and North Africa or the Middle East. You can go east and west. That's Catholic Rome and Eastern Orthodox. Now you're bringing in the spiritual side. That now moves you into Revelation. But this is not talking spiritual stuff. It's talking politics, straight, simple politics, governments. And people want to say that the United States is the feet and toes, and that's jumping the ocean. It's not. So I'm being a little bit ignorant about this because I deal with a lot of people who do not get this prophecy and try and make the United States out to be Babylon. The United States is not Babylon. The United States is a young girl who's fallen in love with a whore and wants to be like that whore, so she dresses like her. But we are not Babylon. We are the daughter of Israel. And people don't get that. And that's why this prophecy and all these prophecies you're about to read in Daniel all revolve around one thing: 4 empires, not 5. They don't jump across the ocean. They don't go to South America or Africa or, well, North Africa, but they don't go to China. It's 4 empires, starting with Nebuchadnezzar at Babylon. Okay, let's move on to chapter. Are we only in chapter 2 so far? Chapter 3.
Yeah, I gotta read and then I gotta split, so I'll read and go.
Okay.
3. Nebuchadnezzar, the sovereign, made an image of, am I in the right one here? Okay, of an image of gold, whose height was 60 amma and width was 6 amma. I'm not sure what that translates to. He put it up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babel. And sovereign Nebuchadnezzar sent word to gather together the viceroys, the nobles and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image which sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had put up. Then the viceroys, nobles, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered together for the dedication of the image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had put up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had put up. Boy, they like to repeat, huh? Then a herald loudly proclaimed, "To you it is commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that as soon as you hear the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and all kinds of instruments, you shall fall down and do obeisance to the gold image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar has put up. Then whoever does not fall down and do obeisance is immediately thrown into the midst of a burning furnace of fire." So as soon as all the people heard the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, all kinds of instruments, all the people, nations, and languages fell down and did obeisance to the gold image that sovereign Nebuchadnezzar had put up. Thereupon, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and accused the Yehudi. They spoke and said to sovereign Nebuchadnezzar, "O sovereign, live forever. You, O sovereign, have made a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and all kinds of instruments shall fall down and do obeisance to the gold image." And whoever does not fall down into obedience is thrown in the midst of a burning furnace of fire. There are certain Yehudi whom you have appointed over the work of the province of Babel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O sovereign, pay no heed to you. They do not serve your mighty ones, and they are not doing obedience to the gold image which you have put up. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in rage and wrath, gave orders to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the sovereign. Nebuchadnezzar spoke and said to them, "Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my mighty ones, and you do not obedience to the gold image which I have put up?" Now, if you are ready when you hear the sound of the horn, the flute, the zither, the lyre, the harp, the pipes, and the kinds of instruments, and you fall down and do obedience to the image which I have made, good. But if you do not do obedience, you are immediately thrown into the midst of a burning furnace of fire. And who is the mighty one who delivers you from my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the sovereign, "O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter. For if so, our Elohim, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning furnace of fire and from your hand, O sovereign. He delivers. But if not, let it be known to you, O mighty sovereign, that we do not serve your mighty ones, nor do we do obedience to the gold image which you have put up." Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and the expression on his face changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He responded and gave orders that they heat that furnace 7 times more than it was usual to heat it. And he commanded some of the strongest men of his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and throw them into the burning furnace of fire. So these men were bound in their coats, their trousers, their turbans, and their other garments, and were thrown into the midst of the burning furnace of fire. Thereupon the sovereign's order was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot. And the flame of the fire killed those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound into the midst of the burning furnace of fire. Then sovereign Nebuchadnezzar was amazed and stood up in haste and spoke and said to his counselors, "Did we not throw 3 men bound into the midst of the fire?" They answered and said to the sovereign, "Certainly, O sovereign." He answered and said, "Look, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the bend of Elohim." Then Nebuchadnezzar went near the mouth of the burning furnace of the fire. He spoke and said, "Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High El, come out and come here." Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from the midst of the fire, and the viceroys, the nobles, the counselors, the sovereigns, governors, counselors, sovereigns gathered together, seeing these men on whose bodies the fire had no power, and the hair of their head was not singed, nor were their garments changed, nor did they smell of fire come on them. Nebuchadnezzar responded and said, "Blessed be the El of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his messenger and delivered his servants who trusted in him, and changed the sovereign's order and gave up their bodies, that they should not serve nor do obedience to any mighty one except their own El. Therefore, I make a decree that whoever of any people, nation, or language who speaks any wickedness against the El of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, his limb shall be taken and his house made a dunghill, because there is no other El who is able to deliver like this." Then the sovereign promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon.
Thank you, Glenn.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Have a good discussion. Good night.
Good night. Anyone want to comment on chapter 2 or chapter 3? I'm sorry.
Well, I want to bring something up. There's something interesting here. Let's look at, there's, in my old King James, it's got the word dulcimer in verse 5. says dulcimer. What in the world is a dulcimer?
It's a musical instrument.
You put it in your mouth and you go like this and go twang, 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 twang. It's like a mouth.
That's a kazoo.
No,
I thought it was
no,
like
that's
a
a
little
blowing
harp.
instrument.
I thought it was like a little harp.
Yeah, it's
Look
like
it
a
up.
little mouth harp. It's not, you don't blow into it, you twang.
Do you know what it is? It's a bagpipe.
No, because you don't blow into a dulcimer.
Well, we better look up the word then, because it says bagpipe. It says bagpipe. And the word for it is rather interesting as well. I can't even say that. It sounds I can tell it's the root of the word symphony. Is the word, the Hebrew word involved is the root of the word symphony, but it's I don't know. It's a bagpipe.
What do you call a sack butt?
Well, yeah, exactly, and it's got the word sackbut also, which is, it says it's a lyre, but
A lyre is a stringed instrument.
there's the bagpipe. Go ahead, Somber.
A dulcimer is a string instrument. A lyre is a stringed instrument. A bagpipe is a wind instrument.
Right. Exactly.
I've got a dulcimer here in the concordance of Strong's as a bagpipe. And
with a double pipe.
Bagpipes according to Brown River Briggs.
So there's my heritage right there.
Babylonian.
Yeah. I'll never look at the bagpipes the same again. Although I rather like them. But.
Okay. Scott and Shauna. Oh,
go
sorry,
ahead.
Kurt.
No, that's all right. I'm done.
Okay, Kurt, Scott and Shauna. Scott and Shauna, you got your mic on?
Here we go. One thing I had noticed was the fact that the guys that bound him up were burned prior to them going into the fire, which means that the Yehovah was with them, or his angel was with them, but not perceived even before they got there.
Yeah.
So that was just kind of a new one on me. I hadn't really paid attention to that part.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Yeah, kind of like what they said when it says, if that is the case, O God, whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fire furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, O king. But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we will not serve your gods, nor will we worship the gold image which you have set up. They're very humble about it, but it's like, as a matter of fact, our God could save us, but if he doesn't, let it be known to you, we're not going to worship that. So they're very humble in their answer, even though, they're talking to a king, and they're treating him with respect, and basically God burns all their bondages they were put in, and they're go walking around in the fire. So it's kind of interesting. That's the only thing that got burned up was the things that were tying them up. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyone else? I got nothing else here on this. I started to wonder, and I don't know if I'm wondering right. I'm wondering if that image is related to the abomination image in the end. I'm just wondering.
Well, why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. I was just outside wondering out loud. That's all I'm doing. I don't know.
I just like how Yehovah stoked the fire super hot, killed the enemy, but yet his people survived. I just love the protection there that he that he shows. And the day's going to come, maybe one day, where we're going to have to make that decision. Are you going to bow? Are you going to be thrown in the fire? So, and just trust Yehovah. That's what this study today's been about, is trust in Yehovah.
Okay, let's move on and get to Romans 5. If I missed one?
Chapter 4, Shauna.
Chapter 4. Okay.
Reading from NASB. What then shall we say that Abraham, our forefather according to the flesh, has found? For if Abraham was justified by works, he has something to boast about, but not before God. For what does the scripture say? And Abraham believed God, and it was reckoned to him as righteousness. Now to the one who works, his wage is not reckoned as a favor, but as what is due. But to the one who does not work, but believes in him who justifies the ungodly, his faith is reckoned as righteousness. Just as David also speaks of the blessing upon the man to whom God reckons righteousness apart from works. Blessed are those whose lawless deeds have been forgiven and whose sins have been covered. Blessed is the man whose sin the Lord will not take into account. Is this blessing then upon the circumcised or upon the uncircumcised also? For we say faith was reckoned to Abraham as righteousness. How then was it reckoned? While he was circumcised or uncircumcised? Not while circumcised, but while uncircumcised, and he received the sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the faith which he had while uncircumcised, that he might be the father of all who believe without being circumcised, that righteousness might be reckoned to them, and the father of circumcision to those who not only are of the circumcision, but who also follow in the steps of the faith of our father Abraham, which he had while uncircumcised. For the promise to Abraham or to his descendants that he would be heir of the world was not through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. For if those who are of the law are heirs, faith is made void and the promise is nullified. For the law brings about wrath. But where there is no law, neither is there violation. For this reason it is by faith, that it might be in accordance with grace, in order that the promise may be certain to all the descendants, not only to those who are of the law, but also to those who are of the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all. As it is written, a father of many nations have I made you, in the sight of him whom he believed, even God, who gives life to the dead and calls into being that which does not exist. In hope against hope he believed, in order that he might become a father of many nations, according to that which had been spoken, so shall your descendants be. And without becoming weak in faith, he contemplated his own body, now as good as dead, since he was about 100 years old, and the deadness of Sarah's womb. Yet with respect to the promise of God, he did not waver in unbelief, but grew strong in faith, giving glory to God, and being fully assured that what he had promised, he was also able to perform. Therefore also it was reckoned to him as righteousness. Now not for his sake only was it written that it was reckoned to him, but for our sake also, to whom it will be reckoned, as those who believe in him who raised Jesus our Lord from the dead, he who was delivered up because of our transgressions and was raised because of our justification.
Thank you, Shauna. Randy, you want to read chapter 5 before we start the discussion on this?
Therefore, being justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ, I'm reading the MKGV, sorry. Through him, we also have access by faith into his grace in which we stand, and we rejoice on the hope of the glory of God. And not only this, but we glory in afflictions also, knowing that afflictions work out patience, and patience works out experience, and experience works out hope. And hope does not make us ashamed, because the love of God has been poured out in our hearts through the Holy Spirit given to us. For we yet being without strength, in due time Christ died for the ungodly. For one will with difficulty die for a righteous one, yet perhaps one would even dare to die for a good one. But God commends his love towards us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. Much more then, being now justified by his blood, we shall be saved from wrath through him. For if when we were enemies, we were reconciled to God through the death of his Son, much more, being reconciled, we shall be saved by his life. And not only so, but we also rejoice in God through our Lord Jesus Christ, by whom we have now received the reconciliation. Therefore, even as through one man's sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed on all men, inasmuch as all sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law. But death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over those who had not sinned, in the likeness of the transgression of Adam, who is the type of him who was to come. But the free gift shall not be also like the offense. For if by the offense of the one many died, much more the grace of God and the gift in grace, which is of the one man, Jesus Christ, abounded to many. And the free gift shall not be as by one having sinned, for indeed the judgment was of one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses to justification. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they will receive abundance of grace, and the gift of righteousness shall reign in the life by one, Jesus Christ. Therefore, as by one offense sentence came on all men to condemnation, even so by the righteousness of one, the free gift came to all men to justification of life. For as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. But the law entered so that the offense might abound, but where sin abounded, grace did much more abound. So that as sin has reigned to death, even so grace might reign through righteousness to eternal life by Jesus Christ our Lord.
Thank you, Randy. And I got to admit, this is the scriptures I roll my eyes and want to puke on, because they are so misused and taken out of context. But if you read them, it's all right there. So I'm going to start off, and I'm going to say in chapter 4, verse 15, because the law brings about wrath, for where there is no law, there is no transgression. So we solve that by getting rid of the law. And then in chapter 5, verse 13, again, for until the law, sin was in the world. But after Yeshua died on the cross, and the cross or the commandments were nailed to the tree, sin is not imputed where there is no law. So we get rid of the law, and voila, we've gotten rid of sin. Eric.
I'll take the bait.
I figured you'd
I'll
be the
take
first
it.
to hand up on this one.
I'll take it hook, line, and sinker. No, he came to do away with the curse of the law, not the law. He didn't nail the law to the tree because he didn't break any of his father's laws. So there was nothing to nail to the tree.
For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is
Right.
not imputed where there is no law. So we've gotten rid of the law. That's what Paul is saying here.
No,
It's not.
no.
Okay.
So you're growing up. You're 5 years old. What's going to tell you that you need, as a 5-year-old boy, that you need a redeemer? The law shows you that you're a sinner. Whatever age you're at. I'm just picking a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old. Whenever you become aware of right and wrong, whenever you become aware of discipline, of obeying your parents, whatever age you're at, the Jews think it's 13. That's fine. So choose whatever age you want. The law is basically going to tell you that you are a sinner, and the law will drive you to your Redeemer. Without the law, you would never know that you're a sinner.
Okay, I can agree with you, but that's not what we just read.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Even Paul says, I was alive until the law, and then I died. So the law basically is telling you through the eyes of a holy God that you are dead, you are unredeemed, you are going to die because the wages of sin is death. If you believe what the scriptures say, and that's a whole nother realm to go into, but if you believe what the scriptures say, the wages of sin is death. The law highlights the fact that you're a sinner. Once you are identify yourself, it says, blessed is he who is poor in spirit. That's one of the first steps in walking that path of it's almost like a roadmap where God is trying to tell you, this is the first thing you have to realize. You're poor in spirit. Well, why are you poor in spirit? Because you're not cleansed and you don't have the Spirit of God. So God puts this gaping hole in us that has to be fulfilled, and only can be fulfilled through him. So once you realize you're poor in spirit, the question is, how do I receive that spirit? Well, you must be cleansed. You must be purged of that sin. And the only way to do that is to accept a sacrifice that was sacrificed in your stead for you, but you have to accept that gift. That gift is Yeshua.
Okay, I'm just running out of gas. I'm just running out of gas. There's just so much here I could argue with you about.
Believe me, I've heard it before.
I know, and that's sort of why I wanted to try and bring some of them up, because people need to know, people need to understand how to contend with this. You know, we have in here, the beginning of chapter 4 about circumcision. And then when Shauna was reading, I just wanted to close my eyes
And you'll notice if you go back, do you remember when Ishmael was born as compared to Abraham's circumcision? Did you go back and look at that?
When Ishmael was born, he wasn't circumcised. Why? What do you? I don't know what. Yeah,
he wasn't.
So
When was
he was
when
13
Ishmael?
years old.
Right, but when Ishmael was born, was he when Isaac was born, was he circumcised?
Probably at 8 days, because that's what the commandment was.
Yeah, he was circumcised. So right after circumcision, God blessed him with Isaac. So you got to wonder, had he not obeyed him, what would have happened? But God declared him righteous before he was circumcised. And most people
Oh, you
don't.
mean Abraham? Abraham.
Yeah.
Circumcised at
Right.
99.
Right. So he had Ishmael before he was circumcised. He had Isaac after he was circumcised.
Point being?
Point being, the first one was by the flesh. The second one was by the spirit.
Okay.
And that's why God could say, Abraham, take your only begotten son, because when he gave birth to Ishmael, his name was Abram, not Abraham. His name was changed.
Okay, I'm Mike. Jump in here. I'm out of gas. I'm sorry, folks.
Sure. I was
I,
thinking
I
about,
could just take on Eric here for another hour, but I'm just,
I was thinking about what to say for people listening to this later. We bring up circumcision and the timing of when Romans was written. New people need to know that the books of the New Testament were rearranged in order of largest book first, going to shortest book. And so Romans was kind of written a bit later. So if we look at the argument, a lot of people, when they're reading about this thing of the law, they'll say, well, I'm not under the law. That's from Galatians.
Yeah.
In the book of Galatians, you had a similar discussion of circumcision. Basically, they were going out circumcising people and saying, boom, you're good now, because the message is going out that, hey, they're making Gentiles Jews, so we can do that and get past the whole way message, the Nazarene message. So that's kind of the history. They met in Acts and had a council on the whole circumcision issue. And basically the idea of the under the law thing is saying you're not saved under the law. So to go back to this and talk about the little more, this is Romans 5:13, basically says before the law, there was sin in the world. There was sin with Adam and Eve. There was sin there. And we need salvation from that sin. So to bring it up to a modern Christian's viewpoint, I'll let you know the Bible says, for God so loved the world. It doesn't say that God so loved Christians only, or he only loved good people, or he only loved Jews. He loved the world. He loved Adam and Eve knowing that they sinned. So the salvation thing of this, the whole thing with where people struggle with the law versus salvation, you have a gallon of salvation where he says, I'm going to pay the cost for the sins you've done. But then we have a responsibility back to him. What he's saying here, we take that gift and now we have to learn about his grace. Another Christian term, well, I'm saved by grace. Well, grace, Titus 2:11 says grace teaches us to say no to a whole list of sins. So how do we know what sin is? You go back to Romans, this whole several books of Romans is Paul like saying, I struggled with sin. I know the law is there, but I still broke it at times. But you know what? I can be more than a conqueror. And the law is actually teaching me what sin is so that I can say no to it. So I just wanted to put that recap on there for new people listening to this. They'll say, well, that whole law thing, that's what was bothering me, or this whole thing of, I'm not under that. So that's what bothered me. Well, we can say we're not under the 10 commandments. You can say that you're not under the law of stealing or murdering, but if you commit those laws, you're going to jail. There are laws of God. If you violate them, they have consequences. So he's saying, learn from me. Yeah, go on.
no, wow, you just said something there. I never thought of that before. I am not under the law here in Canada until I break it. Then I could go to jail for having broken that law. I never thought of that.
You got it. A lot of Christians, they don't realize that they're naturally pretty good people, and they say, well, I'm a pretty good person. Well, that's great. Learn the rest of the things you don't know about so you can keep on that good walk.
I'm a good person until I go over 80 miles an hour and kill somebody. Now I'm under the penalty of the law. Very good, Mike. Different perspective. I had not thought of that one.
I think that's what the book of Romans is, a long conversation. And if you take Paul's words and you take one or two sentences at a time, yeah, you can come up with a doctrine or theology that's totally different.
Yes.
You got to look at the whole book and say, what's he talking about? Wait, this is a guy that spent his life reading the Torah. So he's going to talk about what he's into, what he's learned. So, but Paul, yeah, I want to let other people talk. Sorry.
Yeah, but just on that note, Paul was one of the geniuses. So, okay, so a lot of people, a lot of Messianics, some Messianics are now saying we're not going to listen to Paul because he did away with the law. Well, that's not what's going on. Peter says that a lot of people, because they don't have a good foundation in Torah, misunderstand what Paul's saying and will take it to their own damnation. And I've really sort of butchered that verse, but Paul was taught by Gamaliel, one of the best sages of that day. Paul was brilliant. And if you ever try to talk to someone that's super, super smart, it's hard to understand them because you're not at that speed. And he's the same way. So those people who just, they discredit Paul and want to have nothing to do with it, they also go on to discredit Yeshua and eventually leave. But Paul is very, very smart. It's just unfortunate. A lot of people who don't know Torah quote him to, like I said at the beginning, this is one of the places I just want to puke. They quote him till I want to puke. Scott and Shauna. Thanks, Mike.
Well, I'm going to disagree with Batman just a little bit.
Batman or that man?
Batman. Batman.
We're able to mute her mic.
Because the fact that you get pulled over if you're going above the speed limit is not the only reason. I mean, even people who aren't pulled over are still abiding by the speed limit. So I haven't been pulled over for a long time because I look at the sign and say, okay, I've got to stay below 30.
You don't want to say it out loud. Don't say it out loud. You're going to get pulled over tomorrow. But what Mike was indicating or implying, which is what I heard, that the moment you break the law or break the speed limit, you now come under the law. You become under the penalty of the law.
That's it. You come under the penalty of the law, but the law is still a boundary that you're either going to accept it or not. And if you accept it, then you're self-regulating. And if you don't accept it, then other people will help regulate you.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't see where the disagreement was. I may have just misworded. Yeah, that's a good point.
Anyone else, or are we all just out of gas?
Put.
Okay. I want to thank everyone again for another lively Shabbat. And, one of the things that we do here that you don't really get to do anywhere else is you get to have your input and you get to argue respectfully. Now, Sombra and I were going at it today. I love Sombra. I feel I'm probably more comfortable with her than I should be, and I'm able to I don't know, maybe
you push
abuse
me
her.
hard.
I push her hard.
Yeah.
And
but it makes me better.
I hope so. I hope anyone that's listening understands that we love each other, and that at the end of the day, I'm going to turn off the mic here. And damn Sombra, I don't want her on the air anymore. No. It's our disagreements that are going to bring things out.
Right.
Now, I felt very strongly about what I was talking about today, and I know there are people listening who will try and take it away. So I was hammering away at that. And sometimes I may be domineering, overpowering.
No.
No, I agree with not me. No.
No, not you.
That must be somebody else.
Yeah, must be.
So, but I'm not perfect. Hang on, was that my outside voice? Yeah. And if I do say something to Sombra or to anyone else here that is incorrect or rude or belittling, then I apologize. I don't mean to do that. I do want us to be able to have a discussion, a lively discussion. I wanted to have one with Eric here about Romans, but I'm tired. I'm done. And I don't got any gas left in the tank, but I would have loved to, but I don't got it. So I apologize for that. But that's what we do here. And we hope that we teach each other, and hope that you that are listening can also benefit from our discussions. And if you got comments, write them down below. Be part of the conversation. I don't always respond to them. I do read them all, and some of them I might respond to, but others can respond to them as well. So with that, Sombra, if you're still talking to me, do you want to close out with the closing prayer? And then I think you're going to also do the closing prayer.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Eric's got his hand up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, just one quick way. I think the way I encapsulate it in my own mind is you're not saved by keeping the law, but if you are saved, you'll walk in the law. That's probably the easiest form that I can give someone insofar as you're never saved by keeping or doing the law. But if you are a believer and you're born again, you will want to walk in the law because God will put that in your heart if you allow him. That's just to be the simplest way to say it. So
I can't find, again, I'm agreeing with Eric. What is the matter with me? Someone take my temperature. Thank you, Eric.
Okay. And as we come to the end of this Torah service, we close with this little bit of liturgy. Vezot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Israel al pi Yehovah beyad Moshe. This is the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel upon the command of Yehovah through Moses' hand. Eitzcham hi lama kazikim ba v'tom cheya meusha deracheya darchei noam v'kol netivoteya shalom. It is a tree of life for those who grasp it, and its supporters are praiseworthy. Its ways are ways of pleasantness, and all its paths are peace. Abba, Father, we thank you for this time where we have had the opportunity to look at both sides of the coin on many different subjects. We get to look at what others have said about the barley, and we've got to look at the structures that you use when you've written your word, using the chiastic structure to show us the focal point of what it is we're supposed to be paying attention to. And Abba, Father, we've been given two different testimonies, some saying the barley is ready and some saying it is not. And Father, I ask that each individual would draw near to you, and that you would speak to each one individually as to what they are to do in the coming days. Father, I ask that you would make it clear in my mind, in my heart, in my husband's mind, in my husband's heart, what we are supposed to do, that we would follow you. Father, I thank you for the iron sharpens iron that goes on here at Sighted Moon at our Sabbath study time. Thank you for all the new people that have joined us. Father, I thank you for the brethren that come and participate in the discussion. And that I thank you for those who choose to just come and listen, because they're part of our community as well. And Father, I thank you that we are trusted with prayer requests, that we can bring these things continually over the week and lift up our brethren in prayer. Father, I just lift up Ilya and his family. I lift up Elaine. Someone else asked me for prayer earlier today. I lift up Carolyn and Jenny to you. Father, there's someone else. Oh, Ella. Father, you know the details of all the prayer requests, and I just ask that you hold them close to your heart, that they would hear your heartbeat, that they would know that you are near. Father, I thank you for this family. I thank you for the relationships. And I thank you for Joe. I thank you that he challenges me, and I'm made stronger by the challenges, and I thank you. In Yeshua's precious name, amen.
Amen. I don't know what to say. Thank you all for coming and joining us, and leave your comments below, subscribe, share, and hopefully we'll see you here next week on Shabbat. But before that, we have the high days coming up. So we'll see you on Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until then, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. May Yehovah guide you into all his truths. Bye-bye.
Shabbat Shalom.